This is your last chance. You understand? Right on stream. This is the last chance. It's been 3 years of you fucking me over. This is the last time. This is the last time I ever play your game. This is the moment of truth here. You've got to run. I'm doing a brand new install, brand new settings, reformatted everything, and your client won't barely run on OBS or anything else at all. I don't know. I'm gonna go play something else while you install. Fucking piece of shit. Fucking piece of shit. Fucking worthless piece of shit. Worthless piece of shit. I don't know, man. Aeturnum wasn't good. This game became completely unplayable for me.
Your skill has increased.
And I lost 1,500 hours to it. I'm fucking furious. Oops. Can you run a search? What you doing there, Google? Are you that bad or the hell is this thing? It will not open. Can we delete it? The hell is that thing? I don't know. I don't think it fucking matters. Forgot his password. Alright, well anyways. So right now New World is downloading and we're at 8%. Sorry guys, I don't know what's happening with this client, but I think I got a corrupted install is what I'm guessing, and I'm seeing the symptoms of it down the line. I'm gonna reinstall. My god, you took a long time to load. Why are you taking this long to load? God damn it, hurry up.
Your skill has increased.
Why are you taking this long to load? Let's go. Yeah, you suck. You suck dick at this. Fucking developers. What's going on? I feel like I need to reformat again and it's been 2 days. What is going on? What? Come on, just load, you piece of shit. This is taking longer than New World. Let's go. Come on, man. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? We're like sitting here. Yeah, please work. Jesus Christ, work now. Turn on now. Turn on now. Why are you frozen again? Let's go. You're crashing over and over again. Let's go. Oh my god. Cool. This 7-minute load's really fun and really cool. I mean, I know why, but it still sucks. It sucks. I mean, I know why you're doing this because I'm downloading. Yeah, I'm aware. And it's taking you a long time to do this. Yep, you just crashed out, huh? I couldn't do it? Or I don't know. Did you do it? There you are. Yeah, I think my base is probably gone by now, but that's not why I'm here. I'm just here to level for a few minutes. I don't really care. I've got nothing else to do while I wait for fucking New World to suck dick and fail this badly. Let's go. Hey, level 6. I suppose I'll go inside now and go get stuff out of the storage. Fucking annoying. Looking at this performance, I don't know. It's because I'm downloading, I guess, and I'm running Rust, yeah. I don't know. It seems alright. It's fucking annoying, though. There's that off-the-grid game, yeah. That's good, but let's get rid of Epic and Discord. Look, see, the Epic Launcher was eating up something. See it? The Epic Launcher eats something up. Oh, God. That was what a large part of this was. In any event, I still think this I think this New World install is corrupt. It's not loading the right way, and it's just, like, fucking pissing me off. Okay, I get it. Go away now. Alright. Gotta go get that stuff out of my thing. God damn, you took so long. Did you just crash? Oh my god. It's like I can't even play anything while you're installing, I think. It's annoying. Because Rust is on my C drive, so it won't play because I'm like downloading. Oh, no. Did you? Oh, maybe you will play. I don't know. Maybe eventually. We'll see. Yeah. And all the rest of that, I guess I've got to sell. I'll just deal with it all later. I guess I should bring all the level 7 stuff. So I don't have to come back? Yeah, I guess so. Oh, am I in? I am in. Nice. My building decayed, huh? Nice. Or at least I think. No, yeah, I don't have any record. I don't know. Let's just see. I kind of doubt it, though, right? Yeah, my base probably fell apart, yeah. There might be remnants of it still there, but I doubt it. No, I think it's probably gone. Which is fine by me. It was too big anyways. And I got XP, which is what I came for. Oh, God. Bad fucking freeze. The hell was that? Let's go wandering. Be fun. Oh, yeah, how is this on OBS? Is it okay? Oh my god, I'm getting so many damn hitches it doesn't matter. Oh. Oh. Yeah, I don't know about like playing this right now. I don't know. It's all right, but yeah, it's not coming over on OBS very well. Wow. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. It's fine. You seem to be not running these clients suddenly. I don't know what the fucking problem is. Uh, Guys, I'm having a lot of technical problems, and I don't know. I don't know what's causing this. And I suspect that I don't know. I don't know what's causing it. I'm gonna try a different game, I guess, and just see. I don't know. I don't know. While it's downloading New World, I'm not getting any performance at all. So I'm just gonna play these two games and just wait it out. There's nothing else I can do. I wonder if I did get a corrupted install. Seems like, well, at least we're halfway done. Alright, we're all set here. 15 out of 30. Yeah. Dynamis LSD being all clear.
skill has increased.
Fucking annoying waiting for games to fucking install and clients crashing and OBS won't play them and all this other crap. And I feel like I want to reformat again. It's weird. I want to reformat again. I feel like I've had some problem or some Windows issue or something, and I'm not sure what it is. Game violation detected. Yes, but what game? Game security violation detected of what? I'm not playing anything. What was that? What did that mean? Well, as long as it's not like a vac ban, we're good. JD Vance's weird Nazi lie about Haitian immigrants. Yeah. These are always really good. I haven't watched him in a while. Some more news. Oof, yeah, installing game is always really rough on the SSD.
Here's some news. Don't worry, folks. We're keeping it light again today. A couple weeks ago, we distracted ourselves from the dreaded election by just clowning on the Cybertruck for an hour. And so this week, we're keeping that accelerator stuck, going full throttle after we act.
What are we doing here? Just reload. Stupid piece of shit.
Activate a few screens and authenticate our touch key app lock, and then troubleshoot until we realize we need the latest patch update.
Oh my god. Well, good news is it's 3/4 done. God. Fucking painful. You started over for some reason.
Here's some news. Don't worry, folks. We're keeping it light again.
I'm gonna get some water right quick. I'm thirsty for some reason.
Your skill has increased.
My heater
again today. A couple weeks ago, we distracted ourselves from the dreaded election by just clowning on the Cybertruck for an hour. And so this week, we're keeping that accelerator stuck, going full throttle after we activate a few screens and authenticate our touch key app lock, and then troubleshoot until we realize we need the latest patch update, which we can't download because the update is what we need in order to get the Wi-Fi to work. Indeed. Vroom vroom. We're looking at the election and going full speed away, covering our anxious reality with fingerprint smudges, something that's like rust but isn't rust, and complete denial that
Something
anything
like
else
rust
is
that isn't
going on
rust.
in the news right now.
Something that's like rust but isn't rust.
We're looking at the election and going full speed away, covering our anxious reality with fingerprint smudges, something that's like rust but isn't rust, and complete denial that anything else is going on in the news right now. We decided to spend this episode mostly just talking about cute animals. It's gonna be a real adorable one, folks. We're talking cats, we're talking dogs, we're talking all kinds of pets. Do we have a clip?
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
Oh no. But oh yes, that was indeed former president and possible future president again, Donald John Melius Trump, waxing poetic to the entire nation about how immigrants are eating people's pets. He was alluding to some specific places and a specific alleged real-world problem in order to highlight a broad concern and to make a broader point about the issue of immigration to the American people.
Let me go get some water.
In this case, that specifically in Springfield, Ohio, immigrants are eating people's pets. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets, as he said. And it's because of the Democrats that millions of immigrants are here, and Joe Biden sent hundreds of thousands of them across the country, and in many cases, Kamala Harris bussed thousands of them in herself. Do we have a clip? Not how.
What? Let my pen. That's not it.
How it goes. The least how it goes it's ever been. I don't think I'm being country. And in many years, as he said. And it's because of the Democrats that millions of immigrants are here, and Joe Biden sent hundreds of thousands of them across the country, and in many cases, Kamala Harris bussed thousands of them in herself. Do we have a clip? Not how it goes.
What and what?
The least how it goes it's ever been. I don't think I'm being uncharitable when I say that the broad point being made by Trump's example is immigrants are a threat to your way of life. The savages are no longer at the wall, which is unclear if we still need to build, but they are in your neighborhoods, eating your pets. And I don't think I'm being unreasonable by saying.
Okay, I reinstalled New World. Let's see if it does the same shit to me that it just did. Wow! Did you see that? It actually loaded. Maybe I did have a corrupted install. Nope.
That if you hadn't been following politics online for the previous few days, or as we'll learn, weeks and months, then you probably watched the former and current one of two candidates to be president say that immigrants are eating people's dogs and cats, and you probably thought something like, wait, what? Did he just say they're eating people's pets? You might have even then thought, that's a f***ed up thing to say, but this is supposed to be a really cute episode about pets, so let's go to Trump's pet with Trump's pet's pet. And that's a f***ed up thing to say, but this is supposed to be a really cute episode about pets, so let's go to Trump's pet with Trump's pet's pet.
My God, you look like Palpatine to me. Or Mr. Smithers. More like Mr. Smithers when he was young. Wow. Well, we're getting the same starter issue that we always get. No difference so far. Let's see. Oh God, I don't know if I can do this load. Wow. No difference, huh? You crashed. Nice. Good job. Let's not try again. Well, New World was fun for a couple weeks, but now it appears the client is unplayable. Ooh. Oh no, Aeturnum made this game unplayable. Oh no, man.
And that person seen there just after being explained leashes for the first time, although he is not the originator of the claims, has claimed ownership of them. Obviously, Trump said it, and he says a lot of bizarre and terrible things. But by all accounts, J.D. Vance has become the face of the immigrants are eating your pets media story, in that he purports to believe it, spread it, quadruple down on it, and continues to be trotted out by Trump's campaign in support of it, whether or not it's even true.
The American media totally ignored this stuff until Donald Trump and I started talking about cat memes. If I have to,
But it
if
wasn't
I have
just a
to
meme,
create stories so that the American media
Create
actually
stories.
pays attention to the suffering of the American people, then that's what I'm going to do, Dana, because you guys are completely letting Kamala Harris coast.
You just said that this is a story that you
Yes.
created. So the eating dogs and cats thing is not
Dana, it comes from first-hand accounts from my constituents. I say that we're creating a story, meaning we're creating the American media focusing on it.
It would be nice occasionally if a Dana Bash type would prod a little further when presented with these types of vague, cutesy phrasings deployed to elude description. Okay, you're saying it's just cat memes. Describe the memes. What are they alluding to? What are they insinuating? What is the message of the meme? That's what memes are, right? Little cultural messengers, sometimes jokes, often propaganda. Because the message of these just cat memes seems to be that Donald Trump is going to save the civilized people from the pet-eating savages who've been sneakily brought here by nefarious forces. More on all that later, but to be clear and fair,
More
and the
on
other
all
one,
that later.
JD is not saying that the stories aren't true, or that they are true, but that they're not kind of untruly false. It's like jazz. It's the lies you don't tell. Or, as we'll see, the lies you just keep on telling, man. You gotta stop, JD. You gotta stop, man. JD later clarified the meaning of his "I make media stories" admission later at a rally.
What I said is that we create media stories. In other words, we focus the people's attention on what's already going on. Does anybody really think, I challenge you, go to Springfield, Ohio, which has been overwhelmed by 20,000 Asian immigrants. Go to any community that's been overwhelmed by Kamala Harris's illegal alien policies and tell me that these are stories made up by politicians. These are stories that people have been living for months or in some cases years. The only thing
Your skill has increased.
is highlighted and focused on it so that you guys would stop ignoring the American people.
I challenge ya. Livin', totally natural. But also, all y'all gotta calm down there,
Your
fellas.
skill has increased.
He didn't say he made up stories, even though yes he did. He simply is saying that he said, we create media stories, which again sounds like lying for the purposes of propaganda. But his definition of what he's doing, which we will take in good faith for no good reason because he doesn't deserve it, is, in his words, we focus the people's attention on what's already going on. Going on. But okay then, let's do that. What was already going on that the Donald Trump will save immigrants from eating your cats memes needed to bring the people's attention to? What was already going on? Where were these claims even coming from? How did JD Vance first try to focus the people's attention on what's already going on? Well, in early September, he tweeted, "Months ago, I raised the issue of Haitian illegal immigrants draining social services and generally causing chaos all over Springfield, Ohio. Reports now show that people have had their pets abducted and eaten by people who shouldn't be in this country. Where is our border czar?" Now, this is true. He did bring up the issue of Haitian migrants a bit earlier. Not about pets being abducted and eaten by foreign invaders, but about foreign invaders taking everybody's homes and stuff. We will absolutely Omega promise to get back to that one instance of him bringing that up. But first, we want to get to the bottom of the media story he's creating in order to focus on what's really going on. As he wrote in the tweet on the website Twitter, reports are showing that people who shouldn't be in this country are abducting and eating other people's pets. As his running mate and our former president said a day later,
They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
that was September 10th. So close. And Vance's tweet was September 9th. So this moment from Donald Trump appears to be some sort of trickle-up situation. Trump got it from JD. And so where did Vance get it from? To hear JD tell it, it's from his constituents. His constituents who moved there over the last few years? Of course not. They don't count because they can't legally vote for him. But then I also thought that all these migrants were imported here to illegally vote, so I guess they do vote, so they are your constituents, so I guess you should care? Also, they're human beings living in Ohio, so consider that too. Anyway, before September 9th, you may have seen a few very popular posts containing rumors about this. For example, on September 7th, this professional fraud and liar, Ian Miles Chong, posted about this woman from Ohio who ate a cat, coyly adding, "How does something like this happen?" Now, this woman did apparently kill someone's cat and attempt to eat it in front of people. This woman, however, is not from Springfield, but rather Canton, Ohio. And this woman, who happens to be black, is also not a Haitian migrant. Now, you may be saying, but Ian didn't say she was Haitian or an immigrant or that being Haitian was bad. He merely asked how something like that happens. To which I say, you fucking rube, you absolute slob brain. All you need to do is look at the top reply, a blue check of course, thank you Elon, which asks, drugs? To which that wormy little guy replied, worse, Haitians. But that's just one lying fascist propagandist and one example of Haitians eating pets in Springfield that turned out to be false. I'm sure there are many more examples, and those ones will be true this time. And that will be where J.D. Vance, a guy who wants to be vice president of an entire country of people, got his lie from, and then gave it to Donald Trump, who wants to be the president of that entire country. Going back in time, even further in time, on September 6th, a different popular propaganda X-Blue account, End Wokeness, which is likely just neo-Nazi collaborator and fascist rat fucker Jack Posobiec, posted these two images. One of a Facebook post and one of a man on a street holding what appear to be geese, along with the text, "Springfield is a small town in Ohio. 4 years ago, they had 60,000 residents. Under Harris and Biden, 20,000 Haitian immigrants were shipped to the town. Now, ducks and pets are disappearing." We'll come back to those specific claims later because they are essentially the claims Vance continues to make. But right now, we're going to focus on the person who happens to be black, outside carrying what appear to be two geese. You might be thinking, how do we know that man is from Springfield? How do you know that man is Haitian? How do you know what's up with those geese or what he's gonna do with those geese? To which I say, good point, not a rube. As it turns out, thanks to an exclusive from, yes, TMZ, the man is from Columbus, Ohio, and according to the Ohio Division of Wildlife, was picking up two geese that were hit in a car accident. Also, according to that Ohio Division of Wildlife,
like RFK.
There's no evidence that he's an immigrant or Haitian or was going to eat the geese. This dovetails with a social media influencer who attended a Springfield Town Commission meeting. In his speech, shared by both Elon Musk and J.D. Vance, he mentions the geese rumor as well.
They're in the park grabbing up ducks by their neck and cutting their head off and walking off with them and eating them like...
Some picture and a guy saying it? Now that's gotta be true. In a later interview, the person in that clip said they don't know anything about the cats and dogs, and the geese thing was actually just a rumor he heard. So, okay, but you said it was a thing that happened. You described it like you saw it, but okay, it's a rumor. We seem to be experiencing the start
Your
of a
skill has
pattern
increased.
where JD says that all of these claims, direct quote, come from first-hand accounts from my constituents. But that doesn't turn out to be true.
Okay,
and of course,
better.
yes, that lie is still up.
But not better on
what about the
OBS.
rest of the li-
So now comes the moment of truth. If it won't go in windowed, I may have to stop playing this game. I don't think it'll fix. I really don't. I don't think this will fix. Not at all. Nope. Oh no. Oh no. Look, this game is unplayable and we don't know why. Yeah, the encoding overloaded. I mean, I don't know. I don't see any problems with OBS.
Live.
I don't know. Suddenly, New World just won't play. It won't play. Let's go somewhere else other than Everfall, because I seem to be having trouble with DX12, and because DX12 was playing. I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with it now. I don't know what's wrong with this now. What's wrong with you now? Oh no, what's wrong with you now? You just will not play. Oh no, look how terrible it is. Yeah, like try something like that. Is that better? No, see, you can't handle this client and display capture. I'm going to delete this and see if it's for some reason like my display capture got messed up or something. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think New World is worthless, and I wasted my time on it. But what good news is I didn't spend any money, or I did, but there were things that I wanted. So now we go display capture. Yes, and there we are. Except you go under it. Yes, there. Okay, then, look, display capture lock. Now, oh no, you have the wrong screen. No, primary monitor, please. There you go. Yeah, see, this is New World. Well, I don't know. I don't know what to do. I'm gonna go to a different teleport like that. Oh yeah, did I deal with this? No, I'm completely full. I don't know what to do about this. It appears the New World has completely degraded beyond being able to even record it. And it was working fine the first day, and now DX12 won't even load. I don't know. I'm gonna try loading DX12 one last time and just pray that it works. But I think I'm gonna uninstall here and quit New World forever, which is insane. And on the day of Aeturnum, pretty much, I'm gonna quit this game forever because it will not play and it will not record, and I'm gonna call it a worthless game for the ages, for me, for not for other people, but for me. Because I mean, like, it won't even record. None of these games will record anymore. What happened?
Eyes, you ask. Good point. Let's keep digging. Oh, it's a very shallow hole. Excellent. Okay, so the one on the left is also not true. The now deleted Facebook post was put up by Springfield resident Erica Lee on September 5th and alleged that her neighbor's daughter's friend had lost their cat and eventually found it dead and strung up outside one of their Haitian neighbors' homes. Now, a stolen and dead pet put on display for the entire neighborhood to see seems like something that would be at least reported to the police. It was not, but it was redacted as a thing that happened. Lee and her neighbor Kimberly Newton, who originally told her the story, were interviewed by NewsGuard, and here's what Newton, who the poster heard it from, told them. I'm not sure I'm the most credible source, great start, because I don't actually know the person who lost the cat. The person who lost the cat, she said, was an acquaintance of a friend. That friend learned about it from not her acquaintance who lost her cat, but from a source that she had. She also said, I don't have any proof, which, don't worry, Kimberly, we didn't think you did. So to sum up, The apparent source of what former President Trump said was a deleted post written by a woman who heard it from a neighbor, who heard it from a friend, who was an acquaintance of the victim, but heard about it from someone else. Just gonna let that breathe. The poster, Lee, added something that perhaps a lot of people involved in this should be thinking, even though they won't. Quote, "It just exploded into something I didn't mean to happen." Exactly what I said on prom night. Waka waka. Anyway, it seems that this Facebook post is where a lot of far-right activists started spreading the rumor up to the president. Former president. None of it substantiated, of course, despite people like Christopher Rufo literally offering money for any evidence. "Please, Paul, please, you gotta give me some evidence. I'll be good, I swears." This offer of thousands of dollars for any evidence of this pet eating seems to have come up short. But shoot, let's give it one more shot.
We've lost a whole bunch of cats. There was a van pulled over that had over 100 cats in it with the Haitians. They said they was eating them.
Actually?
Yeah.
Not fake news.
Not fake news.
So a van was collecting cats and eating them.
I watched it happen, yeah. Watched them get pulled over with the cats and admit to the police that they was eating them.
You're not joshing with me.
No, I'm almost 50 years old, buddy. I don't know.
The obviousness, the brazen, craven lying is pathetic and incredible to see. It's just two guys like, "Hey, you lying? Oh, you know I'm lying. You want to lie with me? Oh, hell yeah, brother. Let's just keep on lying to each other." It is tragic and embarrassing that this was posted and shared and believed by even some people. You see, the Haitians were in a van. You know, just some Haitians, right? And they had a van, and in that van, there's 100 cats, you hear me? And the police pulled over that van of Haitians and their 100 cats in the van with them. And the Haitians told the police, they were like, hey, police. And they told the police they were going to eat those 100 cats in their van. What can you even say at this point? All of these absurd lies and easily debunked claims are what vice presidential candidate J.D. Vance is propping up. These are the claims that he's concerned about, that he thinks are a legitimate, useful tool to bring attention to his real concerns. But maybe all of these obvious lies and debunked claims aren't the ones Vance is concerned about. We don't want to just assume that all of these obvious lies and debunked claims are the stories that Vance himself believes or wants you to believe. Maybe there's some kind of real concrete evidence about a cat being stolen and eaten by a Haitian migrant in Springfield, Ohio that he can point to. And wouldn't you know it, there is! Yes, a Vance spokesperson actually provided the Wall Street Journal with an actual police report. Huzzah. Of course, it's a little weird that JD would even bother looking for evidence, since, according to him, it doesn't matter if it's true, and he, in fact, by his own admission, had to invent the story. But okay, great. A solemn huzzah. Evidence of this legitimate concern. Not a Facebook post from a woman who had a neighbor, who had a friend, who had a source about an acquaintance of that friend evidence. But still pretty good. A police report from August about a resident who couldn't find her cat, and so called the police because she thought it might have been taken by her Haitian neighbors. A resident who, when a journalist simply asked her about it, revealed that she found the cat a couple days later in her basement. So, thanks to JD for your complete waste of time, by which I mean you. That police report, of course, appears to also have been posted by the crypto-Nazi account End Wokeness. That's so weird how he's always just sort of like right before the things happen. Though one should note that End Wokeness / probably Jack Posobiec tags the account that obtained the report, an account called Oversight PR, which, wouldn't you know it by clicking on it and looking, is an arm of the Heritage Foundation. So that's interesting. You know, the Heritage Foundation that's behind Project 2025 that has nothing to do with Trump or their campaign or plans, despite all of the evidence to the contrary. And also, here they are providing a police report so that J.D. Vance's campaign can keep failing to prove a lie in order to push for mass deportations. That one? Yeah, that one. Now, at this point, you might be thinking, hey, quit guessing what I'm thinking. Also, hey, This is all a bit so very silly. Because it is. It's okay to think that. It is very silly. I'm just gonna say it, okay? Cancel me if you have to. I don't think there were 100 cats in that van. Sorry. But what if I told you that it's not just silly, but it's also racist? And no, JD, I don't mean in the Mountain Dew is racist way. Ha ha ha, chuckle chuckle. I love you folks. Ya are so good. Love ya. No, what I mean is, well, remember that clip I showed you of the guy and the 100 cats in the van and how silly it was? Well, because we're fair and balanced here, I didn't want to taint your opinion of the matter by first showing you an earlier part of that expose talking to residents of Springfield. This earlier part.
Don't wave at me, you sorry fucking sand monkey.
Don't worry, he says it more later in the video too. Interesting dynamic developing here though, wouldn't you say? So no, JD, I don't mean Mountain Dew racism, nor do I really mean in the way that should already be obvious. That it's f***ed up and racist and weird and bad to spread unfounded rumors of a few instances of alleged barbarity in order to demonize an entire group of people. That's something that J.D. Vance isn't stupid enough to not understand. There's a reason he called Trump America's Hitler. But we'll get back to that. Right now, we've got some other different Nazis to talk about. Because here's some more news. A day after the maybe future president again, Trump, said illegal immigrants are eating people's dogs and cats and pets, the founder of a neo-Nazi group called Blood Tribe went on Telegram to declare victory, writing that Blood Tribe pushed Springfield into the public consciousness. Eagle-eared listeners might recognize that we spread a lie so that people would focus on this place is almost exactly what J.D. Vance said he was doing, creating stories so that people would pay attention to Springfield. But we'll come back to that. Right now, we're finding out one of the big twists, that the thing that sounded like a racist Nazi lie turned out to be that. The neo-Nazi group Blood Tribe has apparently been on the Haitians are eating your pets beat for much longer than Rizmaster General J.D. Vance. While various rumors and complaints started popping up on local Facebook groups back in late June about Haitian children chasing ducks and geese, the savages! Over the following weeks, the posts from anonymous users started to veer into, and now they're eating them territory. Do we have a clip of the concerned citizens watching children chase ducks?
They're eating her! And then they're going to eat me! Oh my God!
Just the kind of standard, level-headed post one would see on the Facebook.com. Over the summer, this Nazi group became more intertwined with the issue of Haitian migration into Springfield, Ohio. In August, Blood Tribe marched in Springfield under, say it with me, swastika flags, and, say it with me, threatened people with, keep saying it with me, guns. Here's a Springfield resident mentioning it.
We all know about the neo-Nazis just a couple weeks ago being down, and I ain't saying that it's right and I ain't saying it's wrong, but look, let's think about it. I'm 36 years old, and in 36 years, that's the first time I've ever seen the neo-Nazis rally in our city.
It's okay, you can say it's wrong. I'm not saying it's right, and I'm not saying it's wrong is a wild thing to say about a neo-Nazi rally. If you're talking about a neo-Nazi rally and you say, I'm not saying it's right and I'm not saying it's wrong, you're saying it's right. Anyway, despite that guy only knowing about the one neo-Nazi rally and not saying if it's right or wrong, there is a neo-Nazi group there. A couple weeks after the march, that particular chapter's leader could be seen at the Springfield City Commission meeting, issuing a warning about...
My patience for this client is wearing thin. It almost seems like the sort of thing that they would do to you in Guantanamo Bay. The sort of torture that you would experience in Guantanamo Bay. It's not quite pain torture. It's the sort of repetition torture that they would do to you. Full screen FSR. I want to turn the FSR off. I want you to try and load. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I'm just gonna
about the
leave you and go do
migrants.
something
I've come to
else.
bring a word of warning. Stop what you're doing before it's too late. Crime and savagery will only increase with every Haitian you bring in.
What?
And with it,
I
public
think
frustration
you sound threatening
and
to me.
anger.
You sound threatening to me. I'm gonna
Based on the comments
if I could
tonight,
ask the police to go ahead.
I'm
and
sure I don't need to tell you that.
just sound threatening if you go ahead and just peacefully be removed.
He was promptly removed for the weirdly worded threat and on account of him being literally a Nazi. There goes the tolerant left kicking out Nazis. You may recognize that meeting because it's the same one attended by that social media influencer who said the Haitians were grabbing and cutting the heads off of and eating ducks from the pond, and then later said it was a rumor even though he originally just said it was happening. So a social media influencer
Wow.
and a Nazi walk into a town hall meeting. Stop me if you've heard this one before.
Nope.
Blood Tribe posts were put up on Telegram and Gab in early August, featuring various racial epithets as well as claims of rumors about Haitian migrants eating domestic.
So we noticed that we got in on DX12 this time, and DX12 is acceptable, playable. It's got to be DX12 because it's the only thing that OBS will run. You can see it. OBS will run this, but it won't run anything else. And it's okay that it's in full screen mode at least, and it's running like... It probably doesn't look too good, but at least doesn't look like graphically distorted. And I don't think Windows makes it any better, but we're going to experiment with it. But maybe I can keep playing the game. Boy, it doesn't seem to like that. See it? It doesn't like it. It's like, oh, I'll barely do it for you. It'll crash the client maybe. Maybe I lost this client now. Yeah, it seems like I did. It seems like I did freeze the client. It's kind of fucked up.
Domesticated pets and ducks from ponds. Then, curiously, right-wing freaks like End Wokeness and Jack Posobiec started posting about the rumors in Springfield. Then JD and Elon did, even though
I crashed
everything they
this
posted...
client. It obviously has issues trying to go in window to something. It doesn't like whatever it is it's trying to do. I think I did lose this client permanently. I did. God damn it. Fucking annoying. But at least it'll run. It might run.
Your skill has increased.
I'm gonna stick in DX12 because I can't get it to run in any other fucking mode, so we're just gonna stick to that and hope that it plays. It takes 20 minutes to load in each time, and I don't know if I can actually stand that each day. It's gonna drive me fucking crazy.
Your skill has increased.
God, my God, look at how long this load is. I have to assume this will get better in time. But I might just focus on Once Human tomorrow because I'm like, this client is not running well. It's not running well enough for by my standards. God damn it.
was debunkable lies. And then, of course...
They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets.
She's like laughing at him.
Mouths of babies.
And when she laughs at him,
Nazis.
it's so funny.
From the mouths of Nazis. Just want to establish
From the mouths of Nazis, yeah.
Donald Trump ranting about how they're eating dogs and cats and pets
From
is
the
a
mouths of
rumor with
Nazis,
zero
yeah.
evidence perpetuated by Nazis in order to bring attention to their desire to mass deport millions of people. That's what happened here. And that's just the eating cats claim. There are other parts of this, and as JD tried to say and then tried to clarify poorly a bunch more times, he's merely using the eating pets thing, creating it as he put it, and can't seem to acknowledge that maybe it's a harmful lie, but he wants to bring attention to other problems. Mainly, Kamala Harris and the Biden administration shipped 20,000 illegal immigrants to Springfield, Ohio, and those illegal immigrants who may or may not be eating people's pets are a drain on the community and are problem drivers and need to be mass deported because we need to focus on American problems. And I'm sure JD Vance totally wants to support the programs and services that the Haitians are taking advantage of with their thuggish looting, etc. So when we come back, we're going to examine how these cat-named Haitian migrants even got to Springfield, Ohio. Did future former Vice President Kamala Harris bus 20,000 of them from Haiti to Ohio? Can one drive to Ohio from Haiti? Where is Haiti? The Caribbean? Ooh la la, that sounds nice. I bet it's nice. Why come here? Also, when we come back, we're gonna find out why Haiti is or isn't nice. Ads.
Hey there, honey buns. You know, hair and thinning hair is just like the ocean. Some people embrace it, others fear it. And it's filled with sharks. So whether or not you were a man or woman at birth, you may perhaps be concerned about thinning hair. I know I have been lately. I'm shedding like wild these days, folks. Well, my sweet, sweet, delicious honey buns, Nutrafol is the #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement brand trusted by over 1 million people. See thicker, stronger, faster growing hair with less shedding in just 3 to 6 months with Nutrafol. They have formulas for men and women because hair issues aren't caused by just one
Your skill
thing.
has increased.
It could be hormonal or lifestyle related. Maybe, I don't know, maybe the sharks ate it. I know that's what I'm dealing with. My point is, no matter why, Nutrafol will help. So get results you can run your fingers through. For a limited time, Nutrafol is offering our listeners $10 off your first month subscription and free shipping when you go to Nutrafol.com and enter the promo code MORENEWS. Find out why over 4,500 healthcare professionals and stylists recommend Nutrafol for healthier hair. Nutrafol.com, spelled NUTRAFOL.com. Promo code MORENEWS. That's Nutrafol.com. Promo code MORENEWS.
Cody's a blowin'. Coming in over the shore he is. I'm Cody, and I'm here to tell you all about AG1. I dabble in AG1 for these ads, as you may know. Sometimes I'll drink it on days when I need a little nutrition boost, or honestly, I just like the taste. It doesn't taste like vitamins or kale or whatever, despite having a bunch of vitamins and whatnot. And according to AG1, it helps with digestion and gut health. Keeps you regular. I certainly feel regular.
Well, it's playing, and I stumbled through the terrible client. I got a presentable fucking, product for you guys. I'm terribly sorry that it took an hour and a half of stumbling through this client's terrible problems, but yeah. Wow, that sunset looks really good. The sunsets look better for some reason.
You've been examined.
I don't think I need to turn down the clipping. I don't think it matters. Oh, clipping plane is at max. Okay, so now I want to. These settings appear to work, so we'll move forward. Got to go turn in that one. Or no, is there something I haven't done? Brag about Atticus. Yeah, I've got to go back up there and do that. Well, at least I got it running and working, and I got to reinstall just to make sure it wasn't corrupted or anything. I don't think it is. I think it's just badly made. I won't lie. I think it's badly made. I will not lie. I really do. Oh no, I guess I better cycle all the way through, huh? It's weird how they changed it for some reason.
Toilet stuff. Also, it's got vitamins and minerals and all the stuff you'd get in a supplement. But again, it tastes good. Sweeter than you'd think. I want to say creamy. Can I say that? Am I allowed to say that? You know what? I'll just drink it and you can see my satisfied face. That's a fake smile. It tastes
Your
good.
skill has increased.
It's a satisfied face. Because AG1 has no added sugar. It's made from bioavailable
74
ingredients designed to make it
harvesting,
work
yeah.
with your juicy body. It fills your nutrient gaps on those days when you just can't get a full meal, and it tastes yumbo. It's yumbo in your tumbo, as somebody says that. So start with AG1 and notice the difference for yourself. It's a great first step to investing in your health, and that's why they've been a proud partner of mine for so long. That's why, too. Try AG1 and get a free bottle of vitamin D3K2 and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase at drinkag1.com/more news. That's a $48 value for free if you go to drinkag1.com. More news /more news. drinkag1.com/more news. Check it out. Check it out. Welcome back, people and other people. We were just talking about how vice presidential candidate J.D. Vance has been working overtime to deck-tuple down on the president, yelling on stage that illegal immigrants are eating people's dogs and cats and pets. A claim that originated by vague, unsubstantiated rumors, possibly from
Fucking
neo-Nazis in the area.
deplorable
and boosted and pushed further,
jackass.
Definitely by those neo-Nazis in the area. But this
Inane,
lie that J.D.
deplorable
Vance continues to
jackass.
lie is immaterial.
The
Remember?
president.
It's not about the eating the cats, even though keep the cat memes flowing. It's about the concern regarding the 20,000 Haitian migrants that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden shipped to Springfield, Ohio. So let's keep digging. Maybe not deeper because it's pretty shallow, actually. It's pretty transparent what's going on. But we will certainly dig wider. Let's go back before the, incidentally, black children started chasing ducks in a pond. How did
Oh my god.
Haitians end up in Springfield? Okay, well, the 20,000 Haitians, wait, sorry, it says here 12,000 to 15,000, because that's the number city officials have given, despite Vance and his cohort sticking with 20,000, because 20,000 sounds scarier, because big number is scarier number. Okay, so these, I guess, like, 13,500 Haitians moved to Springfield because Kamala just kind of shipped them there and dropped them off. This paper keeps saying something other than what JD says. While some of these Haitian migrants are in the country because of the Biden-Harris administration, they're in Springfield because they just sort of moved there over several years because there were jobs available and they knew people there. As Reuters reports, recent and long-standing immigrants said family and social networks, word of mouth, and the quest for higher wages and lower living costs helped draw people to Springfield. Indeed, many people often do move places due to work or knowing people there. Okay, so they weren't dumped, and there are more than 10,000 of them, and they haven't been eating cats or other pets. But these illegal immigrants they're here legally? Many of the migrant workers had already lived elsewhere in the USA on work permits. Okay, and they're actually not illegal immigrants because they actually had their temporary protected status extended by the Biden administration. For many, a status that goes back to the 2010 earthquake, which we'll get to. Although there was a brief period where the status was revoked, which we'll also get to. Now, actually. Okay, so you might remember Haiti from being a country that exists, and more recently and specifically, Haiti is specifically the country that Donald Trump called a shithole country back in like 2018, so not actually that recently. He just didn't want specifically them here. We will unfortunately also get to that, but the point is, many of these migrants, for various reasons, are here seeking asylum. Do we have a clip of our former president talking about asylum?
They're coming from all over the world, from prisons and jails, mental institutions, and insane asylums.
Why did I even ask? Oh, because he says it funny. I wanted to hear it again. That's right. Anyway, a quick refresher on Haiti is probably in order here. Once known as Saint Domingue by the French, who colonized the west side of the island Hispaniola, nearing the end of the 1700s, the French colony had a population of about 500,000 enslaved Africans, who France exploited to enrich themselves through the production of coffee and sugar by using brutal practices that created absolutely horrendous conditions, even by the already unspeakable standards of chattel slavery in the hemisphere. And so, in 1791, the enslaved population rose up and kicked those piss heads out in the world's first and only successful slave rebellion, which concluded in 1804, creating the nation of Haiti. They invented abolishing slavery, and boy, did that bother America. As a Missouri senator said at the time, welcoming a Haitian diplomat would be seen as a reward for the murder of masters and mistresses by black slaves. A South Carolina colleague added that we never can acknowledge Haitian independence. The peace and safety of a large portion of our union forbids us to even discuss it. And so, founding father and then President Thomas Jefferson, who supposedly loved freedom, isolated Haiti both economically and diplomatically. Meanwhile, Haiti was subsequently forced to pay France reparations for their own freedom, which took them 122 years to do. It's a pretty big burden for a startup country. It wouldn't be until 1862 that the United States would formally recognize Haiti as a sovereign nation. Had to wait until the Civil War had already started. Us too, Haiti, right? Us too, right? But that wasn't the end of the US's history of screwing over this country. Far from it. Some politicians feel compelled to characterize immigrants coming to America as some sort of invasion. But they're US politicians, so of course they would support an actual invasion, as in when the US Marines literally invaded Haiti in 1915 and continued to occupy the nation for nearly 20 years. Some timeline to note here is that the US invaded Haiti in the middle of 1915 to maintain stability after a series of just so many presidential assassinations. Maybe that's why Trump hates the place so much, actually. That's interesting, who knows? But before that invasion to maintain stability in 1915, in December of 1914, US Marines also went into Haiti and removed $500,000 from the Haitian National Bank and brought it to New York for safekeeping. So months before the official invasion, the USA had control of Haiti's bank. During this memory hold and little-known forced residency, the United States took further and complete control of the country's finances and military and installed a puppet president, and even conscripted peasants into building roads to support the occupation under armed guard and with no pay. So, 50 years after the United States finally abolished slavery, 70 years after Haiti did, they reinvented slavery and re-enslaved citizens from the only successful slave rebellion in world history. But the thing America really wanted from this excursion was to allow for foreign ownership of land. We want our things, okay? We have our business interests. Unfortunately for America, foreign ownership of land had understandably been explicitly banned in the Haitian Constitution following the revolution. So we proceeded to write a new constitution for them. Or, as Franklin Roosevelt said in 1920, the facts are that I wrote Haiti's constitution myself, and if I do say it, I think it's a pretty good constitution. He was also Assistant Secretary of the Navy at the time. That seems like a weird task for that position. Like rewriting a nation's constitution should have been for someone with a job that isn't Assistant Secretary of the Navy? Regardless, he apparently did great because the proposed new constitution omitted the foreign ownership ban, and we ran a sham election to adopt that new constitution that we rewrote. During that election, to adopt the new constitution that we rewrote so we could own their land, yes cards were readily available, but voters had to specifically ask armed Marines for the no votes. Unsurprisingly, the new constitution was adopted, paving the way on land we can now own for American companies like the American company North Haitian Sugar Co. or the American company Haitian Pineapple Co. And of course, eventually resulting in a monopoly for the American corporation Standard Fruit Company, now called Dole, on the exportation of bananas. This is why they call them banana republics, folks. It says way more about us than it does about them. Eventually, the US and the Marines all left by 1934. Of course, not before gunning down 12 to 22 Haitians and wounding 21 to 51 others while shooting into a crowd of 1,500 people demonstrating against the occupation of their country that we re-enslaved. But although the Marines left by 1934, as NPR reports, the United States continued to control Haiti's public finances until 1947.
Your skill has
siphoning
increased.
away around 40% of Haiti's national income to service debt repayments to the US and France. Or, put more bluntly, as decorated Marine and eventual anti-war advocate Major General Smedley Butler eventually said, "I helped make Haiti and Cuba a decent place for the National City Bank boys to collect revenues in. I helped in the raping of half a dozen Central American republics for the benefits of Wall Street." And so, in no small part due to our exploitation of this nation, Haiti was never able to develop any type of sustainable economy, which left them vulnerable to brutal dictators. We actually did an entire video about how the West has screwed over Haiti for centuries if you want to learn more. Because even after all the stuff I just said about the invasion and nation building, a video about how the West...
A brief history and future of screwing over Haiti. Sure. How old is this? 3 years ago, but we'll watch old. Let's see what he was like 3 years ago. He's been at this for a while. Yep, it's good. We'll do that next.
West has screwed over Haiti for centuries if you want to learn more. Because even after all the stuff I just said about the invasion and nation building via slave labor and the rewriting of their constitution so we could own their land and further extract their resources and exploit them, the United States has remained a virtually, if not literally, constant factor in Haiti's business ever since. As journalist and author Jonathan Katz summarizes, in the nearly 90 years since that first U.S. occupation ended, U.S. and U.S.-backed forces have remained the most constant factor in Haiti, training and arming Haitian militaries, meddling in elections, and alternately reinstalling and overthrowing Haiti's leaders. In the last 30 years, U.S. troops have invaded or otherwise intervened in Haiti 3 times, in post-coup invasions in 1994 and 2004, and to quell feared unrest, which never materialized, after the 2010 earthquake. Since then, they've had more assassinations as recently as 2021, and gangs have taken over much of the country, including the capital Port-au-Prince, and over 500,000 Haitians have been displaced. And as you probably know by now, tens of thousands of them have come to the United States. And so, considering the fact
DX12
that
opens the map better. Look at that. The, DX12 opens the map better. That's awesome. I want to go out mining now, because, like, honestly, I don't need... Well, I mean, like, running the quest is easy when you've out-leveled it. Damn, that guy looks elite. What level is he? He's like 23. Why does he look so fucking elite? Because it's all store-bought gear. Treated bow, blunderbuss. I mean, yeah, I like the workshop is actually worth getting like skill ups in, and I want to sort by XP. And the highest thing that we can do is this treated wood fishing pole. We will make those, yeah, because it will get me up there. I think I can sell them too. These will salvage. Yeah, that's not XP at all.
Haiti is in some measure our absolute fault. Frankly, the least we could do is allow some of them temporary protected status in our country after a series of disasters, both natural and political, created a crisis in their country. Their country that we kind of have been treating like our own country for a long time.
A long time.
But despite this readily available information, there are some conservative freaks who relish their lack of knowledge
I need green
and
wood.
are even able to make an entire career by bathing in their utter stupidity.
Nobody thinks that it will benefit America to become more like Haiti. Nobody thinks that. Or I would challenge anyone, if they do think that, to explain how that's the case. Like, in what way could this country be improved by making it more like Haiti?
Now, luckily, this Matt Walsh person is talking to someone who actually knows what they're talking about. And they point out the 200 years of American control and extraction in Haiti up to basically now. Walsh, of course, tries to brush it off while acknowledging it, but I just wanted to highlight his initial question. See, when Walsh asks, in what way could this country become more improved by making it more like Haiti? He is implying that Haiti's challenges are a result of some sort of innate deficiency with the Haitian people themselves. That if they come here, they will bring who they are with them. This is the message behind immigrants are eating people's pets, regardless of if you claim to want to use that message to talk about other issues. That is the desired mindset and result of the Nazi lie. In fact, just a few days before filming today's
Nazi
episode,
lie.
Donald Trump said this.
How about allowing people to come through an open border, 13,000 of which were murderers, many of them murdered far more than one person, and they're now happily living in the United States. You know, now a murderer, I believe this, it's in their genes, and we got a lot of bad genes in our country right now.
Criminal genetics. It's Nazi stuff, folks. There's no other way to put it. It's Nazi stuff.
It is.
And as Vance has said, it doesn't even matter if any of this is a lie. Of course, neither vice presidential candidate J.D. Vance nor founder of neo-Nazi group Blood Tribe are the first to engage in and admit to this kind of behavior. See, there is an infamous anti-Semitic and conspiratorial book called The Protocols of the Elders of Zion, and it is just full of lies about Jews, to the brim about how everything is the Jews' fault, and also they have plans to take over the world. Portions of it were first serialized in a Russian newspaper in 1903, and after the Russian Revolution in 1917, the anti-Semitic propaganda bravely tread west into Europe and was translated over the following years, eventually getting into American industrialist and Nazi sympathizer Henry Ford's hands. He published his own series of articles partly based on the protocols called The International Jew. Nazi Party ideologue Alfred Rosenberg was another fan of the protocols, and in the early 1920s, he introduced the work to Adolf Hitler, who, stop me if you've heard this one, loved it. The interesting and, of course, tragic thing about this is not just that the protocols were repeatedly debunked even at the time, like, obviously, it was easily debunkable nonsense, and was in fact shown to be a forgery and partially plagiarized from a French political satire and a Prussian novel as early as 1921. But also, the Nazis didn't believe it either. Rosenberg wrote in 1934 that it was less the so-called authenticity of the protocols than the inner truth of what is stated. And of course, Joey G, J Gerbs, the gerbil with the Führer, that doesn't really work, Joseph Goebbels, wrote in his diary in 1924, "I believe in the inner but not the factual truth of the protocols." This stuff was taught in Nazi schools. It was a cornerstone of their propaganda. Anyway, speaking of perpetuating a racist lie in order to scapegoat and demonize an entire group, we were talking about J.D. Vance and his weird Nazi lie. And how, according to him, it doesn't matter that it's not true. He posted on some website, "It's possible, of course, that all of these rumors will turn out to be false. Yes, it's certainly possible, Jed." He then listed a few things he'd rather talk about that aren't just possible, but confirmed, and we'll get to those. But he followed up that website post with, "Don't let the crybabies in the media dissuade you, fellow patriots, and of course, keep the rat memes flowing." Wait, no, sorry, cat memes. Keep the cat memes flowing. Because surely JD knows what he's doing. He's stupid if he doesn't. Bringing attention to the plights of a town is one thing, but JD, all of those rumors did turn out to be false. And so you've effectively demonized an entire ethnic group based on a lie in service of a project and man who thinks people are bringing their criminal genetics into our nation and poisoning our blood. And I guess I just have to ask, do you feel good about that? Do you feel good that you brought to the national level false accusations that an entire ethnic group is stealing and eating people's pets when they weren't? Is it being a crybaby to think that that was bad? Because you didn't communicate to the entire country that, oh, somebody ate a person's pet and they're Haitian. What you're communicating to the public is, Haitians eat your pets. That is what you're doing. Because, and I'm sorry I saved this piece of information for this far into the video, do you know who actually did kill some geese in Springfield? Some white American guy shot some geese on some golf course. Just something to note. If you assume Haitians stole your cat to eat it, maybe wait a day. It's probably in your basement. If you hear Haitians are killing geese that they shouldn't, maybe it's actually your uncle. Simon Golf Uncle. Hey, remember when Trump called Haiti a shithole country and removed their temporary protected status, and how he seemed to have a particular dislike of specifically Haiti in the very racist meeting that happened early in his presidency that caused those in the meeting to be taken aback? Oh my heavens, if only somebody was there to do something about this racist man. I'm so taken aback.
I think I will use all of these resources that I've been pulling in to produce my own endurances. And then I will come out here with ventures, and if it seems quiet, I'll come out with the endurance and I'll make the real money. Because the endurance has the good hold that actually will hold. Like a lot. I mean, this ship's good too, and it's so cheap. I mean, this might actually be the better ship, really. I mean, maybe retrievers.
Anyway, in a different meeting, he went on
maybe I could just manufacture retrievers that I could just throw away out here. Maybe I should look for contracts of those. Yeah. And I could just make retrievers all day. I don't know, the ambience of the atmosphere of the game is constantly windy, and I don't like it. Yeah, like that. And so I'm gonna bring it up, and I'm gonna lower the master, which I did earlier, but. I want it where it doesn't really offend me. Right, yeah, like that wind, it's fine. It's not really oppressive. I can still hear the game well enough. And her voice probably won't be very loud. I should go use my perfect dodge on like something that's a little bit harder. Yeah, I want to boomerang like a yag and bring it to the door, and just fight the yag with perfect dodge. Maybe that's risky, but I mean it's safe. It's safer than. I need to write a ranged macro. Yeah, I want something harder. I want something that's actually, like, decent challenge. Like that bird. That bird probably won't kill, like, probably, yeah, like, he's perfect, right? So we range him. And we run him to the door.
Your skill has increased.
Yep, there we go. And then we're just going to run him for a while. Now, he won't leash. He won't leash unless I zone. So this is kind of like a sketchy game I'm playing here with my hardcore run. He has no binds and he has no alpha strikes that will build until I attack him. So I mean, I'm playing it fairly safe. I'm gonna take him directly to the door because I need just enough sword skill up off him. And I'll use my 2 hour to get it too, to get my weapon skill, because then I can just start killing at a higher, faster rate because my TP has been stacked at 3K for a long time. I don't think this vulture will give up. I don't really believe so. I don't think that's how this game works. I think you actually have to really run it to the zone, you know? I mean, it might leash. We don't want it to leash. I want to put my back to this fucking door. I'm talking like right at the fucking door. Where I can just turn around, run, and be in the fucking thing. We'll just see if I even need my 2 hour. If he gets me much lower, I will. Yep, so just 2 hour. Now for the entire 30 seconds, we're just going to melee him and try to get sword skill off him. See it? Now he could hell dive me for my entire bar. So around 4 seconds here, we're just going to zone. I mean, I would like to get a sword skill off him. Yeah. Fucking give me the sword skill, damn it. Okay, so now we're playing with fire here. We really want to, like, we're hoping that we dodge him a lot. Yep.
Your skill has increased.
Now, he could kill me. And embarrass me. He could kill me here. Here it is. Got a zone so he doesn't, like, fucking one-shot me. There it is. Now, I didn't get my goddamn sword ability, but I mean, I got closer to it, you know? Kite shield for 20. Okay. Blunderbuss for... I don't know. This is a tier 3 blunderbuss. They're all selling it for 3 gold, though, because they appear to be common. There's tier 3 up there at 12 Gs, so I'm looking like I could probably pull 20. That wasn't an upgrade, was it? No. Is this an upgrade? That might be an upgrade. Wait, 350. Yeah, that is an upgrade. Wait, that's sitting in my box? Son of a bitch, how did that happen? Oh, can I wear that now? I don't think so. Wear that now? No, not till level 30. Damn it. So, why do I have that in there? That's stupid. I'm going to switch you out. Why? You're dumb. Oh, because I can't equip it yet. Oh, it's level 29. Okay. So when I ding, I'm going to get a new staff, and that's nice. So I have it in my inventory. We're going to lock this. Gotta dump all that extra cooking stuff in the thing. Fishing, crafting mods, resources. I can sell all of that. I'm just going to dump all this just for weight purposes. Ooh, I have a couple dyes that I should sell. Common health potion for 100 gold. Not bad, not bad. So, yeah, like, let's see if I bought any hyssop or stuff to make other potions with, because I will see if I can stack out my, my strong health potions here and then just sell the rest. I like being an alchemist, I decided, so I'm going to be an alchemist. It'll be the first profession that I master. Earth wisps out of earth motes, and that's a good money, but no, we're trying to make these. See it? Yeah, and I bought bulrush cob, but I don't know if I'm going to get enough, but yeah, I probably will get enough. But I need strong alkalists and whatever hyssop I can get. I know a spot for good hyssop and herbs and stuff. I think I will go out there and grind some hyssop just for what I'm doing right now, because it's like better than buying it. Oh, I don't know. Hyssop gives you harvest skill, doesn't it? I think so. Yeah, it's the bulrush that doesn't. But hyssop does give you harvesting skill, so it is kind of in line with what I'm doing. Yeah, make me 21 more of those. Yeah, that's good. Those things are good, and yeah. So I know of a good place for hyssop, and I'm gonna go out there for just like 20 minutes. I'm not gonna spend a lot of time there, but did I get this one? I think I did. No, I did not. No. Wait, did I sell everything? I don't think I did. No, I don't think so. Not at all. I have to go back. I just got distracted again. I hate how, like, oh, I don't know. So. Oh, yeah, I was selling weapons. Yeah, that's right. Okay, load this video again because it was entertaining. Ooh, yeah, we're getting up to another 6 million. Yeah, I mean, I've been left alone out here all night. And I'll probably continue to be left out here all alone. Got about 4 more hours in the shift. If they've left me alone this long, I'll probably be able to just keep going. So when I get done with this load, I'm going to bring an endurance out here. I'm going to detonate, and I'm going to bring an endurance right out here. And I'm going to farm with an endurance for a little while and see if I can't take the rest of this ore. Endurances are expensive. They're not as expensive as prospects, but if they're leaving the prospect alone... I'm sorry, prospects are not expensive as endurances. But if they're... Or, well, really, I'll bring a retriever out here is what I'll do. I'll buy a retriever and I'll bring a retriever out here. That's cheap enough to run a risk on. Maybe I can get a couple of retrievers on the hypernet. Let's see. Yeah, I'm looking for ship class of a retriever. You're going to be able to find that on your list. I think my VPN kind of screws with, like, drag down lists. It's kind of annoying. It, like, triggers its, like, anti-hack thing. Retriever. Any retrievers at all for whatever. Any of these? Yeah. I'll take a swing at all of them. Now, this is not a good deal. But it's still cheaper than fucking buying them. So I spent $120. It would have been $180 to buy all 3. Let's see if I can get all 3 for $120, because I might be able to. Lost the first one. Murder. And already I'm like all out of margin. I've lost the money. But that's okay. I mean, you learn. Got that one. Good, and I'll just bid it up, bring it out here, and see if I can't, like, make the big money. Good, 2 out of the 3 is not bad, because, yeah, I can buy one and sell one. I can put one on the hypernet, and it'll cover the costs of all 3 of those, which was $120. Yeah, I can put this retriever up for like 100. I can buy the one that I won, and I can fly the other one for free. And that's how I'm going to look at all of these bets. And it sucks that I didn't win all 3, or I would have been able to hypernet 1 and pay for all of it and have 2 for free. You know what I'm saying? So I like the hypernet. It's you know, I lost, but I didn't lose badly. You know, I lost like 20 mil. But I mean, that's fine. And depending on the hypernet, I might be fine. Might have basically broke even, really. So I love the hypernet. I like getting a chance at swinging at that. Don't I get a better sword at 7? No, not better than this. No. I almost want to do that again, but I don't know. I should fight something, but I mean, like, they're scary to me. They're scary. I can pull them with full health and drag them to the zone. I probably will pull that same bird right to the fucking thing. So I get my weapon skill. Then I'll just grind out to level 10. But I need the damn weapon skill. It's cutting my DPS by quite a lot that I don't have it. So I am going to pull this fucking bird again all the way to the fucking zone because I need the skill up. Like, I need it. Like, I need that web skill. It's stupid, but I do. I need the web skill to get me out of terrible problems. I'm scared that I don't have it. I'm scared that not getting the weapon skill is kind of a bad way to play the character, honestly. I'm learning now. Like, that zone over there is probably safer, but I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I want that same bird unless somebody killed him. Probably somebody did kill it, because I'm not seeing a bird at all. Give me a decent challenge bird. Or what's that thing? That thing's EP. I want DC. That sapling is EP. There's the bird. I feel like... Oh no, he's EP now. Because that seems kind of weird. Like, where's the DC bird? That DC bird. Now, if I get a link, I just have to zone them. I don't want to link, you know? Just pull the bird. Just pull the bird. Just go. Just go. Yep. I just run him all the way back to the fucking zone. I only have to do this like twice, but it's worth it. It's worth it. I won't have the same amount of time, but I think only like 2 or 3 blows and I might get the skill up that I need. Fuck, birds are annoying. They catch right up to you, see it? They don't hit you, but they catch right up to you. Like, it's so annoying. Okay, we're going to stop like right here on the brown line, and we're going to fight him. Pray for this sword skill. Unlock so I can just run out the minute he runs his if I see a TP ability, I'm just running. Fast blade, there it is. At this point, I'm just risking my run. Yeah, I don't want to risk the run. It's stupid. At that point, I'm just risking the run. I could lose to him. He could just bomb me and I'd be dead. The Alpha Strike is a real thing. It happens in this game, and if I don't take it seriously, I'm an idiot. Yep, and just get back to full, and there's my fast blade, and I can now work on worms with like a lot easier and a lot faster. Footman's Royal Pike. So I want to sell this. 125. It's got life stealing on it. I guess I'll compete, actually. I'll just compete with them. Fuck it. Now, treated wood fishing pole. You say $29.99. Sure, I'm down. Defiled helm. You say 90. I agree. Yeah, sure, I'll sell it.
Permission requested. Docking request accepted.
12. You say tier 2 will go up to 1250. Yeah, I'll take 1250 for this, yeah. Okay, we're back up. We're back in it. We're going to fight worms now until I'm, like, capped out. Might as well grab the Cygnus since I did the zone. It just resets the timer. It's 10 minutes that I don't lose. Oops. Well, at least the game is running. I got very scared I was going to lose the game entirely. $5 or 1 cent. This is my buy order. I don't know if $5 is right for gold brick, but I think, or sorry, stone brick, but I think $2 is. I would like $2 per, and I'll compete at 2. I have a lot of reeds now, and I could just place them up there. These people are saying 2 cents. I mean, I don't know. That's a good deal. I kind of want to buy those, but I mean, I don't have any money. It's all good. If I have money, I will buy them, and I will just make baskets out of them wholesale, and I'll make money in the end. 3 cents, 8 cents. I'll just take 3 cents for the feathers. Wire weave, earth mote, feathers, fire wisps, 20 of them, $3 apiece. $7 on market. We'll post them at 7. I would prefer to get the 7. Phase fibers, 17 of them, 30 cents on the market or $14.99. I want to go a little bit more realistic, like at $4.20. Sell all 17 of them. I know they're not going to like that market, but I want to sell mine. Strong Alkalest I'll use. You know, I would like to place a buy order for Strong Alkalest if I can. There is no existing buy order, which is insane to me. Oh, why would I list duration for so short? That's stupid. So, yeah, and I want 0.01. No. 0.01. I'll take 2,000 of them or whatever. Yeah, who cares? Just see if anybody's that stupid. 17 poultries. We'll sell them for $1 a piece. Yeah. Air wisps. 11 of them. You say 17. I say 420. Yeah. And they repopulate this list. Air wisp. I don't understand why we didn't sell all of them. All of them, understand? Yes, all of them. Firm fish fillet. $2.95. I agree with that price, actually. Yeah, that's about right, actually. These people were paying for Nightcrawler bait, which blows my mind. So we're just going to sell that. Oh, getting kind of down to it, but here's some soul wisps. I don't really agree with this, but I'll say $4.20. And yeah, and then so now we did our good market share thing here. My weight is down, and we're going back out to take a look at getting some hyssop together to do some massive Alkalest production. This pulls me away from the MSQ, which is quite unfortunate. But I'm at a level 23 MSQ. I kind of am caught up to it, but not really. Yeah, gonna grab Signet again since I'm here. Yep, re-Signet me. I guess I should make it happen to just come back to the Signet NPC when I'm AFK, but I mean, it's hard to do that. But I mean, it's not hard, really. Okay, back to the Hornets and Worms. I don't really need to worry about money with this character, like, at all. It's nice. Okay, so we're going out west. Hopefully there's not a roadblock. I will turn on my PvP for this, which is, no, wait, enabled. Yep, there we go. We'll see if we can get any PvP up here doing what I'm doing. I should have technically looked at armor and stuff, but I think breaking the money problem is a higher priority for me, because then I could just buy the armor from the fucking crafters themselves. I would prefer to patronize them if they want to do the work for it and get all that shit leveled up and do all that stuff. Go right the fuck ahead. I feel that all of the gear that I needed fell from the MSQ, so I don't really need to worry about that stuff. So. Yeah, this is so up here at the fork of the road. You go north. Oop, got to kill every turkey because they're good feathers and all this other stuff. Game meat mainly, which will let you turn in for town quests. This thing's glitched. Oh, no, there we go. Yeah, while I'm out here, actually I should do the green wood just right the fuck away before I do anything else. Yeah, we'll do the green wood right now. It's not hard to do. Oh, yeah, I didn't think about it, but I could invest in some food, but no, it's alright. I'll just chop trees. It's alright. Each tree is about 10, so I will need about, 10 trees is 100. I'll need 80 trees, so yeah, this will take a little while. We'll put the video back on. I like some more news. I think it's one of the better things.
A mini rant, and specifically referred to Haiti as being full of AIDS or something. Oh yeah, here it is. People in Haiti, quote, all have AIDS. You might recognize this as being another part of his running mate J.D. Vance's concern about Springfield, that HIV rates are rising. It's from that tweet where he said it doesn't matter if the cat eating rumors are true because all this other stuff is true. Well, it's not true. It's simply not. It is weird, though, for Trump to single out Haiti specifically, since Haiti's rate of HIV is 2% of the population, and while still relatively high compared to other nations, there are a lot of other countries with much higher rates. For example, South Africa has the 4th highest rate and the highest number. So, Donnie, do you really want this diseased sex pest who, by his brother's own admission, was an illegal immigrant running the government with you? Get him out of here, Donnie. You gotta kick him out. Kick him out. Kick him out.
Kick him out. Kick him out.
Just kick that guy. He sucks. Anyway, it doesn't matter that those rates in Springfield aren't actually going up. It doesn't matter that despite J.D. Vance's claim, police and officials say that crime is not going up. Cops love to say that crime is going up. Do you think they don't want you to give them more stuff to fight the crime that's going up? But it doesn't matter. Surely crime has to be going up because these people are violent criminals. As the former president recently said, it's in their genes. That social media influencer at the town commission meeting who talked about the geese getting their heads chopped off and eaten, and then he was like, well, that was just a rumor, even though he didn't say it was a rumor. Well, he also, in passing, said this.
We gotta do something, bro. It's kids out here getting hurt,
As far as I can tell, that's specifically in reference to something that you might recognize from JD's tweet about how it doesn't matter if the cat eating rumors are true because all this other stuff is true. Specifically, he says, do you know what's confirmed? That a child was murdered by a Haitian migrant who had no right to be here. Not quite, JD. An 11-year-old boy named Aiden Clark did die in a tragic car accident last year in Springfield, Ohio, when a Haitian migrant collided with a school bus. He did not have a valid U.S. driver's license at the time and was sentenced to at least 9 years in prison for involuntary manslaughter and vehicular homicide. I know the homicide in there makes it sound like murder, but that's just the legal term for when a person's illegal or negligent operation of a motor vehicle leads to the death of another individual.
I'm gonna ding.
But if someone's killed in a car accident due to someone else's negligence, is it murder? That might be something a distraught parent might say. You murdered my son, but it's weird for a vice president to say it. Also, it's the exact opposite of what the parents say.
To clear the air, my son, Aiden Clark, was not murdered. He was accidentally killed by an immigrant from Haiti.
Aiden's father specifically calls out Vance and Trump for being morally bankrupt and politicizing his son's death. He urges acceptance and a push against this hatred in order to, as he and Aiden's mom say, live like Aiden. It's very sweet and brave of them to have done that, especially when there could have been Nazis there.
Fuck these Nazis.
I encourage you to watch it if you want to get sad, honestly.
Yeah.
Aiden's parents, though, aren't the only ones urging more compassion and basic reason and decency. Yes, I'm about to read this right, Libs of TikTok fan responded to Miss of TikTok about their post claiming that Kamala is bussing in migrants. The Libs of TikTok fan, and by the way, also Republican state senator, was just like, listen, ma'am, I love your posts about gay and trans people, but this isn't true. She explains how it's not true and how she knows it's not true, and explains how these kinds of lies can be really harmful to good, hardworking people in the community. Miss of TikTok doesn't really respond to the substance, and she attacks the woman, to which the Republican state senator
29
explains that there's no uptick in drugs or crime, and how she's securing funding for drivers' education and teachers and addressing these problems. In fact, according to State Highway Patrol data, last year saw the fewest crashes in Springfield in 5 years, and the group most responsible for incidents is mature drivers. But let's say that it is a problem. That guy who said the goose rumor happened, in his speech that Elon and Vance loved so much, he starts talking about how the people on the council need to actually do something, or the police should be teaching Haitians how to drive, or something, etc. and so forth. And yeah, they are. They're doing those things. The governor said there should be a driver's education requirement for adults to get their license. And yeah, it shouldn't have taken racism to do that. But yes, even a Libs of TikTok fan can recognize all of this and is doing something about it without the racism or scapegoating. In fact, pushing back against the racism and scapegoating. But of course, we don't want any of that. Vance needs to say that a Haitian murdered him so that he can make people think Haitians are murderers. After all, it's like J.D. Vance's America's Hitler says. It's in their genes. We need to feed the Nazi lie that this is just how Haitians are, so we might as well purposefully highlight stories of Haitian migrants getting into car accidents, because they're the only ones who do that, right? Anything in service of the idea that immigrants are dirty, diseased, barbaric, backwards, dangerous, evil, criminal people. It's not a new lie. In fact, it's pretty old. As in specifically the claim that immigrants are eating pets has been deployed mercilessly to dehumanize Asian immigrants throughout our history, particularly in the lead up to the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882. But really, it's a xenophobic trope that could be used against anybody. Do you eat pigs? You know what animal is like dogs? Pigs. You just happen to have been born in a place that doesn't care. Like, people eat all kinds of animals in all kinds of places. People hunt and eat ducks. But if you're racist, you can make it racist. In fact, J.D. Vance, you down-home Appalachian and Ohio man, you, after World War II, when West Virginians migrated to places like Ohio and Indiana to find a better standard of living and better paying jobs, they were often referred to as snakes, snake eyes, and if it wasn't clear enough for you, snake eaters. All of this is just xenophobia, and it's just so lazy and obvious. The monsters are eating your pets and bringing crime and disease. I know I've already mentioned it more than once. I've mentioned it so many times, but Trump is literally out there being like, they're poisoning our blood. They've got bad genes that they're mixing with ours. It is wild that he said that, and it's just like, Trump, you know, that's just the kind of stuff he says. It's just so fucked up that we're just kind of numb to this stuff now. Anyway, speaking of stupid Nazis,
a recent piece in National Geographic tells you a lot about demographics in America and about how bewilderingly fast they're changing without any real public debate on the subject. The magazine profiles the small coal mining town of Hazleton, Pennsylvania. In the year 2000, Hazleton's population was 2% Hispanic. Just 16 years later, Hazleton is majority Hispanic. That's a lot of change. People who grew up in Hazleton return to find out they can't communicate with the people who now live there. And that's bewildering for people. That's happening all over the country. No nation, no society has ever changed this much, this fast.
You'll notice Tucko looks a bit fresher there. A bit less rugged, a little more on television, a little less disgraced. I could have shown you a few more recent clips of him talking about this specific town, and Haitians specifically, and how he's scared of their witchcraft. I'm not joking. Here's the quote on screen for all you watching the video heads out there. Instead, I'd like to focus on this segment he did in 2018. We have an entire segment of our own about that segment, inceptment, etc. In his, he laments the sharp demographic change in a small Midwestern town due to a sharp rise in immigration. Stop me if you've heard this one before. He questions whether or not human beings can handle quick changes like that, sudden social shifts, learning new languages, etc. He has a very high opinion of human beings, clearly. But the piece was sparked, as he states in it, by a different piece in National Geographic, which highlights that small Pennsylvania town of Hazleton. His segment, curiously, is about basically 5% of the article, in a way that pretends the rest of the article doesn't exist. See, the article is called, "As America Changes, Some Anxious Whites Feel Left Behind." So just the perfect collection of words for him to read and not have a second thought about. It discusses issues the town was going through due to a sharp rise in population and demographic shifts. But a lot of the article was about how people tend to adjust, and actually immigration is good for communities, despite growing pains. A local bartender jokes about learning a new language. It follows a white mayor of a majority black city dealing with white backlash for taking down some racist statues. One subject of the article and a resident of Hazleton even acknowledges the irony of how her grandfather dealt with the same kind of racist accusations. See, here in America, we don't discriminate when it comes to discrimination, so when, for example, Italians and the Irish came to the country, they were non-white and we hated them. So it's interesting and perhaps frustrating that she knows that but doesn't care or recognize it as an actual issue. Of course, she also said, "We have one of us in the White House, Trump, and we are going to make America great again." And when asked who she meant by we, she said, "The we are the Caucasians that built this country, our generation. We're going to make our grandfathers proud. We have to." First of all, tragic news for her on who did the building on account of being forced to. But also, our generation is the we that built this country? The woman who said that was 53. Fucking Gen X, man. Anyway, my point is that all this stuff, all the different avenues and angles and analysis and information in that article is not mentioned by Tucker. He just read the headline, "As America Changes, Some Anxious Whites Feel Left Behind." And he went on the news like, what is there to do about this? Who's even talking about it? What's going on? Can people handle anything ever happening? But the article talks about all of that. He chooses to pretend it's this unknowable issue, this unsolvable problem, unless, of course, you want to deport everybody. It's actually quite eerie how familiar this Hazleton story is. For reasons we'll probably discuss later, in the early 2000s, Hazleton experienced an influx of Latino families arriving from other states. The Latino population increased over time, and in 2006, 2 Hispanic immigrants allegedly killed a Hazleton man. The charges against the 2 were later dropped, but in the meantime, Hazleton's mayor Lou Barletta and the conservative city council got to ride the fear of crime anti-immigrant sentiment to do things like make English the official town language, whatever that means, and pass punitive laws against renters and employers who rent to or employ illegal immigrants. Land of the free, where people are illegal. Those ordinances were eventually knocked down by the courts. More on that later. Do we have a clip of Mayor Lou Barletta in court admitting that he didn't know how many undocumented immigrants lived there, or how many committed crimes, or what goo-goo, or how gaga? We don't. We don't. But he did say that. Not the goo goo gaga part, but the other stuff. Okay, awesome. Well, I wish we had a clip, but we will be going full screen for this next quote because I really have to sneeze. And also, it really brings home a lot of what we've been talking about this episode. It's a quote from that article that Tucker either didn't read or doesn't want you to read for some reason. It involves Jamie Longazelle, who grew up in Hazleton and is now a professor at John Jay College of Criminal Justice in New York City. So I'm going to read this quote that Tucker didn't read to you. It's a quote from 2018. His research found repeated themes. The anecdotes were often similar. Did that many people really witness a Latino family at the grocery store using food stamps to buy seafood and steak? Or did the stories spiral forward on their own weight, embraced and repeated as personal observation? And why did so few people in his research reference the new residents who were paying taxes, going to church twice a week, buying sedans on Airport Road, and opening businesses that percolate all up and down North Wyoming Street? So, for example, you hear somebody say,
They're in the park grabbing up ducks by their neck and cutting their head off and walking off with them and eating them like.
But then later on they say,
all I said was, people are in the parks getting ducks and grabbing them up by their head and cutting them off and walking off and eating them.
That's what you said.
Because this is a rumor going around the city.
Right. Despite rumors of food stamps and steak, or eating pets, or killing geese or whatever, and some actual conflict and growing pains in towns like Hazleton, people are people and live and contribute to society. Apparently, for JD and the GOP, there's only option one: round up millions of people and deport them. But what if, stick with me, there's option two: many other options.
Many other
we're
options.
going to look at some of those things when we come back from the break. We're going to go back to Hazleton since Tucker's last visit and see how things are going. We're going to look a little closer at Springfield's problems, and we're going to see what JD wants to do about it, if anything. What he's done, what he's doing, what he's up to, how he's feeling. Whatever makes sense.
Hi, on television's Cody Johnston. Katie Stoll. My name is Katie Stoll. Hi, I'm television's Katie Stoll, and I'm here to tell you about Quince and their beautiful cashmere sweaters. Look, I'm wearing one right now. I'm what they call a Quince Prince. Who is they, you ask? Oh, you know. It's fall now, or autumn, as the snobs say, and this royal muffin is excited for their Mongolian cashmere sweaters starting at $50 human. In fact, all of Quince's items are priced 50 to 80% less than similar brands. That includes leather jackets, cotton cardigans, and all the denim you can eat. I mean, don't eat it, though. How, you ask? How can so much luxury come at such a low cost? It's witchcraft, I tell you. Also, they partner directly with the factories to cut out the middleman. And not just any factory, factories that are safe and ethical and have responsible manufacturing practices. Responsible feels good on the skin of this Quincy Princey. Side note, I just want to add this little anecdote. I recently got my best friend a beautiful Italian leather crossbody bag for her birthday, and she loved it because of course she does. Everybody loves Quince. I got their Italian suede trucker jacket for when I'm at the bar, hanging out in the corner flipping a coin. It's smooth, like backside flesh.
19 wasn't as good as Retriever. Do I have a Retriever right? Damn it, the sounds of the bats is so annoying. Stupid bats. Die.
Your skill has increased.
Do I have a Retriever? I do now. Yeah, I just won a bunch of them. Yep. Hey, cool. So, but I don't know. What's the... Yeah, that's a lot more than this Endurance is. It's probably a better deal. $469 M3 per 60.
Your skill has increased.
I don't know. I feel like that Prospect actually is the best deal, but I don't know. This thing's got more room, but it's slower at mining. Or maybe it's not. I don't know. I can't really tell. Yeah, it's got a bonus to ore mining, and it's got a reduction to ice harvesting. Yeah, and it's got a 300% ore mining yield to it. Yeah, it's a really good ore miner. So its real strength is once somebody's coming, you just cloak up and you just try and leave. You align while you're cloaked, and then when you're aligned up, you uncloak as you. I don't know, the improved cloaking device, yeah. And yep, and then what do we want? We want mining laser. Yeah, it's not my what is it? It's like mining. Yeah, down here we want mining laser upgrade 2s. And a miner 2. And there it is, no drones. It comes out to 44.9. It's good and fast. Actually, I don't want 2 mining laser upgrade 2s. I want a warp core stabilizer. Yep. And save as not greased ice, but greased up deaf guy. There it is. Save. Now I want you to get in this ship and I want you to fit it. Buy all. Buy and fit. Buy and fit. Exit sim. To bring miner online 2 is too expensive. So we'll drop one of these nice multi-spectrums that just makes the ship more expensive. Yep. Now am I cap stable? No, I'm at a... Well, yeah, that's all I need though. Yeah, can we fit another medium shield extender on it? Probably not, no. And here's the fit. It's 42 million. Yeah, and mainly, its main strength is, like, cloaking, aligning, and then warping. Because it can probably align cloaked, right? So, yeah, the minute that you hear somebody targeting you... No, wait, I can find out easily by just... Okay, so now we save this as... Yeah, this is it. This is... No, this is not greased ice. This is... Go back to the holes and fits. So we're going to greased up deaf guy. No drones, and save as... I don't know. Mining drones makes it stronger. Maybe we do actually buy mining drones. Get down and heal. $33. Yeah, see if we can get it. So I'm looking for mining drones. 3 of them, because there is no ships out there. I want to kind of try to capitalize on that. Mining drones, 2. It raises the cost of the ship like another fucking 10 million or something like that. No, I don't want any drones. It just tells them that you're there, you know? Yep, exit sim, yep. How we looking? Seems good. Yeah, you can't fit 2 minor 2s on this, right? I don't think so. Not enough turret slots for you. So anyways. Okay, and there's the fit. Gonna take a look at skins. God damn it, that bat. The bats are driving me crazy. Kill them. This is 42 million in the end. We're gonna insure it.
Your skill has increased.
Oh, it's got 63 days on it. Nice. Personalization. Glacial Drift is good. Caldustria Industrial Library is actually dope. I like it. I'm gonna do that. Caldari, excuse me. So, okay, now we're gonna go out. So the first thing I want to do is try and cloak. $2,000 meters. 2,000 meters. 2,000 meters. 2,000 meters. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000 meters. What is that? That's yeah, 2 km. Well, we can find out at the belt, you know. Go away, HyperNet. Okay, we got ourselves a nice endurance. I decided endurance over retriever because it's faster. It'll get me right to the fucking, to the Royd and mining again, and that's what I want. The retriever will not do that. Retriever will be like a 5-minute cooldown every time I come to the belt. And most times I'll probably just die from that. I'll full-on die from that. I mean, I definitely... That is not the name of the game out here. They definitely wanted you to be using like these 3 ships, the Endurance, the Prospect, and the Venture. And I didn't really realize how cool that... Oh, I didn't get a fucking... I didn't get a... Damn it. I didn't get a Cryperune filament.
Drive active.
So, get cozy in Quince's high-quality wardrobe essentials.
Here we go. I'm almost done shopping wood.
More news for free shipping on your order and 365-day returns. That's QUINCE.com/more news to get free shipping and 365-day returns. Quince.com/more news. Take it from the prince, baby. You're gonna like what they got.
Now that I've moved to the mountains, I'm Katie. I'm a big fan of hootenannies. Shindigs are cool too. I don't even mind a hubbub or two, but hootenannies are the tops. And gosh, I'm able to partake in these ruckuses while managing a small business thanks to Found. That's a business banking app designed for small business owners like you. In fact, you can get Found today for free at found.com/more news. We're talking about managing all your financial tussles, such as invoicing, expense tracking, and heck, even taxes. They have no hidden or maintenance fees. It's just simple and fast and lets you get back to your various Donnybrooks and Ructions. And I'll tell you what, they have so many positive reviews. Here's one from Trustpilot saying, quote, I'm just gonna read it from this. I have never seen an app for freelancers, contractors, and business owners that has everything they need with such automation. See? That's what it says. So sign up for Found for free today at found.com/more news. Sound is a financial technology company, not a bank. Banking services are provided by Piermont Bank. Member FDIC. Found's core features are free. They also offer an optional paid product, Found Plus. Hootenanny.
Hi, it's Katie. As we all know and are saddened by, we can't
Nice
all
commercial.
hire actor James Remar to protect us with his lightning powers. But never give up hope, because I'm here to tell you about Simply Safe. Listen, crime isn't actually on the rise, and I don't think we need to live in a constant state of paranoia. But there are a million reasons someone might want a little home security. I like it because I can keep tabs on that weird neighbor cat. He has a little tuxedo on, like that American Beauty kid. Creeps me out. Well, Simply Safe is both easy to use and cutting edge. Unlike old systems that just have a sensor or two, Simply Safe's Active Guard has live monitoring agents who can see and speak to anyone outside your home. So they can yell at that shifty neighbor cat when you're not around. Get out of here, Amadeus. You're freaking me out. I'm trying to watch Mortal Kombat Annihilation featuring James Remar. Okay? Listen. This one kind of got away from me. My point is, we have worked with Simply Safe to offer an exclusive 50% off discount on a new security system with a select professional monitoring plan. But you gotta visit simplysafe.com/more news soon to claim yours. This offer is only valid for 1 week. So visit this website now. That's simplysafe.com/more news. Because, folks, there's no safe like Simply Safe. Do you hear that, Amadeus?
Folks, we couldn't be more back. Yeah, we could. Okay, we are fully back. And we were just talking about so many dang things. I mean, immigrants eating pets, Nazi stuff, bananas at one point, a whole lot of stuff. You know.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of glazed here, some sprinkle stuff, some of these cinnamon rolls, just whatever makes sense.
Fascinating. Speaking of clips, here's another clip. It's from a different investigative journalist who went to Springfield in order to get quotes of people complaining about immigrants.
I'm currently in the process of reapplying for food stamps, but again, even that for us is a fight because of these Haitians. We can't get these simple things because they're coming and they're taking it.
I bet they're even buying steak with those food stamps. Now, J.D. Vance would like you to believe that he is concerned about real problems facing his non-Haitian constituents. To him, a lot of those problems are and stem from the non-constituent Haitians, and immigration generally. But despite the fact that, legally speaking, they're legal immigrants, he views them as illegal immigrants, ruining these other people's lives and draining their resources. And he's cool with having used unfounded and obviously bogus rumors that all turned out to be wrong in order to demonize a whole ethnic group, leading to harassment and bomb threats in the town. And he doesn't care if any of it's true or not, as long as we can talk about how this lady can't get her fucking food stamps. I'm sure JD loves food stamps. But before we get to whether or not JD Vance loves food stamps, let's return to Hazleton and get this over with. Immigration is generally good for the economy and the country. It just is. It doesn't bring more crime. Natural-born citizens commit more crime than immigrants. Immigration benefits American taxpayers. Even that libs of TikTok Republican state senator pointed this out in her reply about how they helped improve things. And so it might not surprise you that many mid-sized, small, and rural towns have been trying to attract immigrants in order to boost their economies over the last decade or so. This idea that immigration makes areas poorer and overwhelms them with burden may feel correct in the short term, but that's just not how it plays out. Take, for example, Hazleton, Pennsylvania. At one point, it was one of those coal mining boom towns that peaked around World War II and then slowly declined as their industry and population shrank. In 2000, the year, some major distributors took root in the area. This led to, as I mentioned earlier, Latino families moving from New Jersey, New York, and other areas, leading to a rapidly growing Latino population, leading to rapidly growing racism and xenophobia, as we also discussed earlier. But despite that piss Mayor Barletta's efforts to demonize immigrants and the Latino population, they kept moving there. And although you may not see a Tucker Carlson exclusive follow-up on that town that he does not care about, things in Hazleton have actually rebounded. And despite what he and his national conservative movement might want to believe, it didn't rebound because of mass deportation of immigrants, but rather because of those immigrants. Hazleton recently came out of distressed status after getting help from the state and following various recommendations regarding policy and basic balancing of the budget, a process that the city had not gone through, according to one city council member, in forever. No mass deportations necessary. Sorry to the xenophobes out there. You're welcome to the xenomorphs, though. They know why. Anyway, it wasn't easy, but it was done. And Hazleton is still apparently going through an economic boom. And you know what probably actually didn't help the town? All the demonizing of immigrants. Because remember earlier talking about those ordinances that piss Mayor Barletta tried to push through, but they were all challenged and struck down by the courts? Do we have a clip? Those ordinances were eventually knocked down by the courts. More on that later. So later is now, and we do have more on that. Specifically, 1.4 million more, which is the number of dollars spent on the lawyers who fought the town on account of their racist and unconstitutional laws. The less pissed mayor who succeeded Barletta, Joseph Iannuzzi, has pointed out that the city had a budget of $9 million. And so to pay that court-ordered $1.4 million, they had to take out a bank loan. As Iannuzzi also pointed out, with that money, we could have hired 12 police officers, or like something other than cops, but you get the point. This, of course, all started in the early aughts. Thanks to Hazleton, but not only Hazleton, we know how this story can go, despite the fear-mongering. So what of Springfield, Ohio? Well, Springfield is not dissimilar from Hazleton. Though not a big coal mining town, it used to be a bustling manufacturing hub that made quite a lot of the nation's agricultural machinery. In the late 60s and 70s, the population was about 80,000, but over the years, factories closed and jobs were shipped overseas. And by 2015, the population had shrunk to about 60,000. But much like in Hazleton, city leaders eventually put together a plan in 2014 to bring in new jobs and business. Over the next several years, they would attract a Japanese auto parts manufacturer, food service firms, logistics companies, a microchip maker, and others. With the estimated 8,000 new jobs came, well, 8,000 job openings. Unfortunately, a lot of potential employees and younger folks were, as Vance allegedly wrote about in some terrible book of his, dealing with addiction. And so other people moved there. You probably know to whom I am referring. Yes, Haitians. Not only Haitians, but as we mentioned earlier, people moved there because they heard there were jobs. Because there were. And those jobs weren't being filled. So they moved there to start families and have jobs. And this isn't all to say that there are no problems. It's a lot more people, so some services are feeling the strain. It's more people in hospitals and schools and getting assistance, and many who need translators. Rents, like they are in cities throughout the state and country, so no Haitian migrants necessary, are rising. Even before the surge of Haitians, Springfield's poverty rate was about twice the national average. Adding a lot more people to a place can create problems or issues, but not insurmountable ones. Not ones that necessitate you banning people from coming there or kicking out thousands of people who are there. Many of the jobs were also not being filled because of much of the population aging out of that work. So what about simply improving your services? You actually have more money now because of all the people that moved there. This is another important aspect of this. These immigrants aren't doing nothing. They're working jobs, they're starting businesses, they're spending money, they're buying things. All of that contributes to the tax base and to services. People seem to have this weird idea that 20,000 people move to Springfield and all they do is
eat cats,
use your services, and eat cats. That's it. They don't like work or participate in the community or society at large. It's extremely weird. They're taking our jobs and they're lazy leeches. But no, they are on average working and helping. For example, Medicaid is about 5% of Ohio's overall economy. It pays for the health care of 1 in 4 Ohioans, many who, again, are getting older and rely on programs like Medicare and Social Security. Well, if population growth in Ohio is stagnant and the residents are older, then there are more people who need those services, but fewer people who can contribute to and provide those services. They're not taking your food stamps, they're working and thus contributing to the program. These Haitian migrants are working jobs and paying income tax and sales tax, etc. They're not just there. So in response to the strain of this sudden rise in population, it's okay to be like, hey, we're struggling a little. Can we have a little money? Help us out? And indeed, Ohio Governor Mike DeWine is earmarking an additional $2.5 million to help with Springfield's health department. They'd already spent some on things like driver education and language interpretation. Call me Cody, but it seems like spending $2.5 million on helping expand and strengthen their healthcare system is a better use of money than, say, $1.9 million to pay for your racist laws that don't stay on the books. Or, I guess, we could just deport everybody, which would cost nothing? Now, ignoring the psychological cost and trauma of a nation seeing the mass deportation of millions of people, the inevitable violence, the separation of families and friends, etc., I think that's an often ignored aspect of this to highlight. But, ignoring that cost, how much money would that cost? According to multiple sources of varying ideological leanings, the number ranges from $10,070 to $23,684 per person to deport. Since this is a conservative issue, let's be conservative about it, and we won't even include the additional facilities we'll definitely have to build for the more than 10 million people. And so let's say it costs just $10,000 to deport an immigrant. Reminder that these Haitians are legal immigrants, by the way. And we're not even going to deport 20,000 Haitians, but the more accurate and lower number, 15,000. That is $150 million. Folks, $150 million because a white guy killed a goose? Or instead, we could, stop me if you've heard this before, let them be here. Because of all the reasons.
Because of
In
all
Columbus, Ohio,
the
30
reasons that
minutes
we
away
had
from
when we came
Springfield,
here. Same
a study
reasons.
on their metro area found that immigrant households contributed $712.4 million to state and local taxes in 2019. That's almost 5
Immigrants
whole
pay
mass
their
deportations
taxes.
of Springfield.
Yeah, or they get
A federal
deported.
study also found that refugees and asylees, again, legal immigrants, contribute on average more to the economy than they take away from it. Elon Musk might want to be stupid or lying about how low birth rates and increased immigration caused the fall of the Roman Empire, but increased immigration actually led to
Fucking
its
moron.
peak. Yes, there can be tension, but it smooths out over time and things improve. And I guess we have 2 questions now. One, does J.D. Vance know any of this? He presents himself as a guy who can read, so one assumes that he does. But his actions, for example, hitching his wagon to America's Hitler, his words, say otherwise.
3 a.m.
But before we
What's
answer that
happening
question,
now?
we have another one. What the f*** has J.D. Vance done for these people? That woman in the video complaining about Haitians taking her food stamps? Bad news to her. J.D. Vance and the Republican Party don't want food stamps to exist. Like, it's pretty frustrating to see people complain about not getting welfare or public services because of immigrants while supporting the political party that wants to abolish those programs and services. That consistently demonizes people who use it, especially the non-white people. As Rolling Stone describes, in his book I'll never read, Vance writes about folks at the grocery store trying to game the welfare system, and recalls that he formed deep class resentments toward those living off government largesse, complaining about, for example, our drug addict neighbor would buy T-bone steaks, which I was too poor to buy for myself, but was forced by Uncle Sam to buy for someone else. They're those damn food stamp steaks again! In old blog posts, Vance also lamented that Medicare and Social Security are the biggest roadblocks to any kind of real fiscal sanity. So, I don't know, it doesn't sound like...
If I live off food stamps, I worked for 27 years. You know, it was only 27, I admit, but it was 27, and I paid my taxes the entire fucking time. It pissed me off too. And like, you know, Yeah, if I receive some government help and disability and stuff, I say consult the fucking check stubs from 27 years of working. I deserve my Social Security and all this other stuff. I can't stand the Republicans in this country. I don't know. Dude, what's that? It's a ancient rapier. Ooh, iron. I left, did I? Yeah, I did. No, I don't have the flint that I want yet, so I'm just roaming till I find it. Ooh, Prisma Bloom.
Like he gives a shit about your fucking food stamps, lady? Not that he doesn't pretend to. Here he is, claiming victory for securing money for his constituents.
We've done a lot of good work for our constituents. We've got hundreds of millions of dollars to the Great Lakes.
Eagle-brained viewers might already know that that money came from President Biden's infrastructure bill. A bill that, stop me if you've heard this one before, J.D. Vance voted against. Because there are things that can be done to help people. Sorry it costs money or whatever, but so does everything. And there are compassionate, sensible, and helpful things that can be done about the tension and strain in a town like Springfield or Hazleton. But no, the only government solution is mass deportation. Anything else is communism that you take credit for but vote against. Even before all of these cat rumors, the city officials in Springfield were just like, yeah, we need a little help. Some money to help us through the transition. If you could help us out, that'd be great. We know it'll help and then get better. And that's a fine solution, right? Unless you're, stop me if you've heard this before, a Nazi, is really the point I'm getting at. Much like a snake that a dumb hick like J.D. Vance would probably eat, he's spitting in the face of decency and truth in order to serve his fascist lie so we can do mass deportations now.
Yeah, I mean, it's
despite
true.
what is sometimes even said to his face. At the beginning of this episode, we briefly mentioned that J.D. Vance, before all this cat-eating stuff, did bring up the Haitian immigrants in Springfield, Ohio, once. He was doing this at a hearing that we will watch. He even shared his own clip of it.
Chairman Brown, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to submit a letter for the record from the city of Springfield and our state, the southwestern part of our state, which I think highlights a very real example of this particular concern. Straight from the horse's mouth itself. Now, this letter, I want to quote from it. Springfield has seen a surge in population through immigration that has significantly impacted our ability as a community to produce enough housing opportunities for all. Springfield's Haitian population has increased 15 to 20,000 over the last 4 years in a community of under 60,000 previous residents, putting a significant strain on our resources and ability to provide ample housing for all of our residents. And end quote there. And Mike.
No objection, so.
Thank you. In my conversations with folks in Springfield, it's not just housing. They're trying to build 5,000 new housing units, which is a very Herculean task in a town of about 55,000 people. But it's also hospital services, it's school services, there are a whole host of ways in which this immigration problem, I think, is having very real human consequences.
Our any-eyed viewers might notice that it's just him speaking. What's this interaction? What was said before he spoke? Well, let's go to the original video and show you what was said to J.D. Vance just seconds before that moment.
What do you see as the relationship, in particular, given that housing is such a big driver of the inflation that we've seen over the last
These
few
things
years?
are like
Senator Haggerty
free
said,
rawhide.
the highest in 40 years. What role do you see illegal immigration playing in driving up housing costs, which of course is a main driver of inflation for American citizens?
Let me quickly start by echoing your first comment, which is we don't comment on immigration policy, but we do comment on inflation. So I would say this. Many people came into the country over the last couple of years, many of them through asylum requests, and went to work. Labor supply increased a great deal. It's not. There's no clear answer, but my sense is that in the long run, immigration is kind of neutral on inflation. In the short run, it may actually have helped because the labor market got looser because there were more people. But to you're talking about housing specifically. There will be, I'm sure, there are places in the country where new people coming into the country, I'm sure you can find places and they exist where that will have contributed to an already tight housing market. But overall, in terms of aggregate inflation, I wouldn't say it's a driver one way or the other.
To his face, he was told to his face, well, actually, immigration helped the economy and kept inflation from going up more than it would have, and generally, over time, these issues smooth out. Generously, the chairman of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell, said it was neutral. To his face. And then he's like, how are you gonna build 5,000 homes? That's a lot of homes to build, and now, with these 20,000 more people, what are we to do? First of all, JD, we're the United Goddamn States of f***ing America. We can build 5,000 homes, you pathetic little naysaying, unpatriotic worm. Second of all, it's actually more like 12 to 15,000 people. But third of all, you were just told that immigrants fill job positions and work hard. He's framing it like 20,000 people showed up and are just kind of like sitting around. Who do you think's going to be building those homes? Most likely, the people being called sand monkeys, not the people saying sand monkeys. JD goes on to ask how an influx of workers helps a tight labor market. Is told how. Then he asks why you have to bring in immigrants and can't just raise wages to attract new white American workers. And because that sounds like a weird question, specifically for JD to ask, here it is.
You know, you see a labor shortage. Rather than bringing in a large number of new immigrants, why not try to boost wages in a way that brings some of those workers off the sidelines? That seems to be a much better focus from my perspective.
Certainly, that's a very constructive focus. I would agree. It's not, I don't think it has to be one or the other.
What? JD. What? Why not just raise wages? Sure, man, go ahead. Are you gonna do that? Organizations like the Economic Policy Institute have pretty clear recommendations to help raise wages or force a tight labor market in order to raise wages, etc. Those suggestions are things like jobs programs, raising the minimum wage, strengthening unions and the right to collectively bargain, ending forced arbitration, regularizing undocumented workers, or securing more sick leave and paid family leave, or going after wage theft. Do you want to do any of that? Or are you maybe more in line with the party, your party, that wants to do things that places like EPI recommend not to do in order to raise wages, like lowering taxes on individuals and corporations, austerity, and deregulation? Hey, JD, you want to be the president? Why not just raise wages? You fucking dumb commie asshole. Anyway, here's some more news. What a piece of shit that guy is. You suck, JD. You're America's Hitler's pet. Congratulations. Go to hell. Poop in your own mouth and swallow. Okay. Bye, folks.
It was good. Now we're going to do the older one about a brief history of screwing over Haiti.
Hello, boils and ghouls, as I am legally required to call you for this month. I am your, I guess, booze dude, Cody Ghoston. This is a Haiti episode. Stop that. Stop it. Listen, here's some news. I know you're all excited for Halloween, but we're not quite there yet. We'll do costumes next week, I promise. But first, we have to talk about Haiti, and that's not very scary, or rather, it's very scary, but not in the way I think you're gonna like. I guess there are a couple horror movies based in the country, like White Zombie and The Serpent and the Rainbow, two films made nearly 60 years apart, and yet both are about Haitian magic enslaving white people, as if we were really scared of that for some reason. Oh, also both came out around two separate times the US was occupying Haiti in order to influence their government. That is odd. That's an odd coincidence. Okay, holy shit. So where to begin? Apologies if this is personally inaccurate to you. But this booze dude is guessing that the majority of people watching and or listening to this have a limited knowledge of Haiti, just as I still do. And so we're probably gonna have to start from the top. But before that, to sum up the current situation in the country, bad things just keep happening in Haiti. I don't know, maybe because of some shaman curse, or hundreds of years of white occupation? I don't know, one of the two, but currently the country was hit by two entirely different natural disasters in just the span of 3 days. The first being a magnitude 7.2 earthquake that struck on August 14th and ended up killing more than 2,200 people and injuring over 12,000, causing an immediate overflow to hospitals, over $1 billion in damage, including contamination of drinking water that now threatens at least 500,000 children. Also, this is early estimates, and the total deaths might be significantly more. And that was just the first disaster, because on August 17th, Haiti was then hit by Tropical Storm Grace, causing rescue efforts to slow down on account of the second disaster. You know, it's hard to deal with the first disaster while you're literally in the middle of another disaster. Did I mention that their president was assassinated a month earlier? That's probably important. Boy, I am tired. Time to wrap it up. This has been a dark and harrowing look at the many problems facing this country. But at least we're almost done, since we've been talking about this for an entire few minutes. I'm gonna need a snack for this, hold on. Okay, that is better, and just because it's candy doesn't mean this is Halloween themed. I simply switched to an all-candy diet for September and October, like many Americans who observe this time a little more seriously than others. Alright, we're charged, and we're talking about Haiti. I mean, I've personally been feeling pretty jittery and weak for the last few weeks for some reason, but generally speaking, we're all energized at this moment for an amount of time. Now, you might feel like this news of Haiti and earthquakes feels a little familiar, a little retro, perhaps, like a throwback to the early 10s. And that's because in 2010, a 7.0 earthquake also hit the island nation due to the exact same fault line, resulting in the deaths of over 316,000 people. This single event was so incredibly devastating that even as this recent, as in the 2021 earthquake hit, many in the country were still recovering from the one a decade previous. The 2010 earthquake destroyed so many homes that 1.5 million Haitians were displaced and forced to live in camps, something the country struggled to rectify for many years afterward. And while many countries responded with aid and money at the time, the rebuilding process would ultimately take longer than our attention spans. And as I'm sure you already guessed, that process was riddled with hilariously avoidable problems. For example, when the Government Accountability Office investigated the progress made by the United States Agency for International Development, they found that they had greatly underestimated the cost of rebuilding efforts, causing a much smaller number of homes built than what they had promised. On top of that, many of the construction contractors went to U.S. companies and not companies in Haiti, effectively excluding any efforts to rebuild their local economy. Because, of course we did that. Of course, that when the Red Cross raised nearly $500 million for Haiti recovery, we would learn 5 years later that money would translate to the building of exactly 6 permanent houses. 6. Not 666, because that would be too spooky right now, but as in the single-digit number, 6. Because nearly all of the billions ultimately promised would end up mysteriously vanishing over the next few years. And we're certainly going to talk about more of that later. But it's extremely important to note that between these two life-changing earthquakes, Haiti experienced an absolute onslaught of hurricanes and floods that regularly pummeled the already fragile infrastructure and economy of the country. Imagine a sandwich where the 2 slices of bread are made of molten hot farts, 2 glowing globs of fiery poo air, and everything in between is just rusty needles. That's what Haiti has been forced to eat. So what this all comes down to is that Haiti, a country where in 2005 most citizens were living off less than $2 a day, descended even deeper into poverty. Nearly half of the population is currently going hungry, 1 million of that in situations that are classified as emergency cases. This is where I'd normally put a bunch of donation links, but it seems like there's a problem, actually, getting that money to the country. You know? Still, here.
Hells yeah!
Could we please lose the Halloween theme? Holy shit, you guys. Holy shit. Inappropriate. What this all comes down to is a cycle of poverty for Haiti, a country that imports 4 times more than what it exports, where more and more people are forced to choose between their kids going to school and their kids eating food, and of course those kids going on to be stuck in that same cycle, all of it leading to increased violent crime, which leads to fewer people on the streets, which leads to fewer people working, and once again, more poverty. And of course, all of it made even worse by this most recent earthquake. But hey, at least on top of all this poverty, this fart and needle sandwich of disasters, Haiti also enjoys massive corruption in its government. Do you recall that presidential assassination I breezed past earlier? That was former Haiti President Jovenel Moïse, who was in office since 2017. And we should probably talk about that guy, because on July 7th of this year, a group of gunmen entered the president's home and proceeded to shoot him 12 times. What we would later learn is that these men were recruited from outside the country by 4 different companies. According to interviews, many of them believed they were hired for security, while only a few knew the actual plan. And the man who had allegedly hired them was Christian Emmanuel Sanon, a Haiti-born doctor who was, and this is a pretty neat detail, an American citizen. Sanon had flown to Haiti during this time and planned to assume the presidency in place of Moïse. Now, there's a whole lot of details I just can't get into here, but it's important to note that these men were all allegedly funded by Walter Ventimiglia, president of Worldwide Mortgage Lending Group, a fucking mortgage company out of Florida. And for the record, Walter's lawyers are claiming that he knew nothing about the assassination, while still totally admitting that he was knowingly funding a transfer of power in Haiti. It seems that some of the people involved simply thought they were overthrowing the government, as opposed to flat out killing the president. And I don't know, that sort of feels like splitting hairs. And while I can't stress enough that this is an ongoing investigation and filled with complicated details and motives and conflicting stories and allegedlys and supposings and etc., the uncontested detail that this started from a group of Americans involving themselves in Haiti's politics is pretty much a microcosm of the entire recent history of this country. Also, less recent events. And boy, we will be getting to that. Oh boy, too bad you're gonna have to. In fact, Jovenel Moïse himself only rose to power thanks to a chain reaction started by American politicians. For context, Moïse began his 2016 campaign as a banana farmer sworn to clean up Haiti from corruption, only for corruption and crime to rise considerably during his presidency. Just a few years after his inauguration, Moïse would be implicated in an embezzlement scandal involving money given for infrastructure support from $2 billion in Venezuelan oil loans. This was money Haiti received following the 2010 earthquake, money that, under Moïse's predecessor, had already been heavily embezzled. And speaking of Moïse's predecessor, part of the controversy around Moïse's election win had to do with rumors that he was actually handpicked by Haiti's former president, Michel J. Martelly, who stepped down in 2016 after those aforementioned accusations of massive corruption. And so Moïse's victory would be riddled with accusations of fraud and a ton of protests. But ultimately, Moïse maintained his power up until the moment he didn't. And so, going back to Michel J. Martelly, the corrupt president before Moïse, who allegedly orchestrated his predecessor's win, well, he is a whole other can of sketchy little worms. Before he was sworn in as president in 2011, Martelly was more commonly known as a pop music star from the 90s. A charismatic new president who would, in his first year, immediately descend the recovering country into rage and corruption. And I don't know, maybe there's like a really too little too late message there about electing celebrities to run the country, but that's not the point. We don't have to talk about that guy, I promise. You are extremely welcome. What I'm getting to here is the extremely suspect presidential election of Michel Joseph Martelly, one happening less than a year after Haiti was devastated by the 2010 earthquake. Things were not good for the country, and the US was still in the middle of sending aid. Specifically, the Clinton Foundation was heavily involved in Haiti, and boy, were they talking a big game, including using the phrase building back better in their promises to help the country because yum yum, we love it, gobble gobble gobble. And so the election took place, resulting in a tie between 3 candidates who had yet to reach the percentage of votes needed to win, Michel Martelly being the one who received the least amount of votes. At the time, this seemed to imply that he would be edged hot out of, dang, any runoff hot election. Okay. However, the Organization of American States disputed that claim, saying that Martelli should actually be included in the runoff and that he'd actually come in second. We would later learn that the OAS was totally wrong about this. But at the time, current Haitian president, René Préval, went with the OAS ruling, but only after being paid a visit by the current Secretary of State under Obama, a one Hillary Clinton, who, and this is all real life, reportedly threatened to cut aid to the country if Préval didn't go with OAS's stance. I don't know, maybe she just wanted them to hurry it up, or I don't know, maybe we'd find out later that Michel Martelly's campaign was being funded by the United...
After all this client bullshit, oh, we got a bad camp here. I don't know if I'm going to make it. They jumped, though. They jumped, and I'm not sure they saw me. I don't think they saw me. They didn't see me. They didn't see me. I jumped in on top of them, though, which is very bad. I should have waited. Oh, God, they're seeing me jump through. That's not too good. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Yes, they paused. I don't think they saw where I was going. That's very good. I just eluded like a 15-man roam or something right on the edge
Agency
tail
for
of them.
International Development.
Very
I don't
lucky.
know who can say. Interesting thing about the USAID, an agency we've occasionally discussed in the past, is that it is, in part, not always, but has been and can be, a front for the CIA. Dating back to the Cold War, it has functioned as a friendly face for American interests abroad, the smiling plastic lips on the globby potato head of American interventionism. The thing of the stuff. And we could talk for quite a while about this agency's activities, like the Office of Public Safety, a program in the 60s and early 70s that used American police, many from the LAPD, to train police officers and military personnel overseas, which revealed torture methods and brutality.
Maybe they will fix some of these problems that I've been encountering, though.
Interesting how much we moralize about how other countries' police treat their citizens, considering we trained some of them. We how one of America's main exports seems to be brutality. But anyway, after training other countries' cops how to be pigs, the program was phased out starting in 1974. Not because of any admission of wrongdoing, but to save face from the allegations. To quote a State Foreign Relations Committee report, quote, "It matters little whether the charges can be substantiated. They inevitably stigmatize the total United States foreign aid effort." And nothing ever stigmatized United States foreign aid effort ever again. Star wipe, iris out. Anyway, there are more instances of USAID beyond that. We won't give a long list, but for example, their involvement, knowingly or not, in the Peruvian government's family planning program in the mid-90s, also known as thousands of cases of forced sterilization for which the victims have still not seen justice. Or even more recently, and more hilariously, in 2010, the USAID created a fake social media platform in Cuba called Zunzunio. The platform was created shortly after a USAID contractor was arrested in Cuba on a separate clandestine USAID mission. The so-called Cuban Twitter was meant to spark a Cuban spring and revolution. It did not, though it did embarrass the USAID, which totally doesn't do stuff like this ever before or still now. Anyway, this is not to completely negate the helpfulness of every single action of the agency, but given that and their funding of Martelli's campaign and their recent reports on Afghanistan, perhaps it's all useful to help more clearly see the immense tapestry that is American interventionism. But to get us back on track, the USAID funded Martelli's failed campaign. Secretary of State Clinton threatened to withhold aid if Martelli wasn't included in the runoff, and now here we are back. And boy, it sure seems like those Clintons had a great deal of influence in Haiti, despite not like being from there and actually being United States politicians. And I think they're married. It feels like there's a whole video we could do on the Clintons and Haiti at some point. A lot of reading out there. But we still have a bunch of other stuff to talk about, because it's sure interesting that we tried to give and sometimes withhold all this aid to and from their country, and none of it actually helped their citizens. And like, there's a really long history of the US directly involving ourselves with the results of their elections. And these natural disasters seem to be used as leverage points for power grabs while callously ignoring the victims. I think
sounds like us.
I think I need more candy. And while I know this might seem tonally abrupt, but what we're gonna do now is take a short break and cut to an ad for products and or services and or distractions to get you through the monotonous toil of the daily grind. And then we'll come back with more talk about, you know, depressing stuff in Haiti and stuff. BRB, you love sex! Love! Hey there, buckaroos! Do you want to be like Agent Dana Scully, going around arresting mutants and such, having intimate dates with men who have talking tattoos, and so on? Then perhaps you or a tiny child you know might be interested in a future in STEM. And no better place to start than ID Tech, an online computer camp designed to teach computer and science skills to anyone from ages 7 through 19. None of that 6 bullshit! Over 1 million parents have chosen ID Tech to help their kids
think I'll rewatch
fill
the
learning gaps
X-Files.
and explore important topics not covered in school. We all, after all, live inside a giant computer now. So get your kid ready for the future of staying in that giant computer, you know? And right now, ID Tech is offering a deal where you can save $150 on weekly, small group semesters, or get started with a one-on-one tutoring lesson for just $49. Did I mention that it's fun? Because it is. They offer stuff like Minecraft modding and game design, Photoshop tutorials, working with Unity, and other things that kids might actually want to learn about. Aliens? Probably not. But it's fun learning, not unfun learning, so that these actual valuable concepts will stick to their wonderful little child brains. Go to idtech.com/more news right now and use code more news to save $150 on weekly small group semesters. For a limited time, you can also get started with a one-on-one tutoring lesson for just $49. That's code more news at idtech.com/more news to save $150, and your child can be hunting sewer demons in no time. That's right, we're training them for battle. idtech.com/more news. Hello, enthusiastic consumers! I'm Cody, and if you're like me, your post office is haunted by a mysterious entity that speaks to you through the possession of children. Or maybe you just have a small business that requires a copious amount of letters and packages. Either way, Stamps.com will make it easy for you to skip the post office for large orders. But you know, maybe it's still good to support your local post office even if it's haunted. Both myself and the writer of this ad use Stamps.com because it's helpful, and all you need is a computer and a standard printer. You go on the app, or what have you, and print out your postage, and you're done. They'll even mail you a scale so you can know exactly how much postage you'll need for each letter. Do not use the scale for anything else. So I don't know, give it a try, dude. Sorry I called you dude. But if you use the promo code MORE NEWS, you get a special offer that includes a 4-week trial plus free postage and a digital scale. No long-term commitments or contracts, no risk. Just go to Stamps.com, click on the microphone at the top of the homepage, and type more news, and you'll never have to go to the post office again, but also maybe still support the post office. It's good. Ugh, that really good spot. It's sugar water. I can't get enough of this stuff. I feel like a fucking ant, all tiny and scared and shit. So, perhaps it's time for a history lesson about Haiti. You know how you love history and lessons? Well, I can be like your cool teacher who dresses up as famous historical figures and raps about Shakespeare and gets arrested senior year for selling drugs and hanging out with the students after school. A made-up scenario that did not happen. Anywho, we're not gonna cover, like, everything in Haiti's history. This isn't some report for creepy Mr. Clubley's class. We'll just cover some of the relevant sections. In this case, relevant sections referring to all of the times white people showed up and made things worse, which is, it's a lot of times. We're probably not even going to cover all of those specific times. Though this, of course, started with the Mickey Mouse of f***ing over natives, Christopher Columbus, who arrived in Haiti in December of 1492, pleasantly exchanged gifts with the Taino Arawak people, and then wrote to Queen Isabella of Spain reporting that he had met a tractable and easily led group of people who could be made to sow crops and build cities. Thanks, Chris. Really glad we still have a holiday in your honor. Literally nobody else could or would have discovered those massive continents. And so what followed was about 200 years of slavery and genocide that we don't have to go into the details of because we can't besmirch the good people at Some More News, sponsor of episode. But nevertheless, rest assured, the details would in fact make you vomit your soul to hear about. After that, Spain ceded the island to France, who renamed their new possession as Saint-Domingue. By 1754, there were roughly 172,000 slaves enduring various levels of rape, torture, and genocide. Wow, this tractable and easily led group of people sure could be made to grow crops and build cities, huh? It was, to put it lightly, an extremely dark time. As the colony grew to become the richest in all of France's territory, Saint-Domingue became the #1 hotspot for unspeakable horror. Slaves were mutilated, burned alive, literally tied up and smeared with molasses so they could be eaten alive by ants. The French were known to simply work their slaves to death and buy new ones, making the average span between servitude and the grave mere years. Overall, a total of 1 million slaves would die in the 100 years of French rule. Super, super not good. I'm not just saying all this to bum you out, of course, but to explain why in 1791, the slaves of Saint-Domingue made the strategic decision to rise the f*** up and say, wait, actually, nuh-uh. This is the Haitian Revolution, a 13-year conflict between Haitian slaves and French and British pissheads that resulted in the first country to be founded by former slaves, and as a result, the first country to ban slavery. This happened in their very first constitution in 1805, nearly 60 years before the United States Civil War. And boy, let me tell you, Chief, the United States wasn't too happy about this. Along with hurting them economically, the Haitian Revolution sparked a lot of fear in American slave owners, who attempted to downplay or suppress news of a revolt. Jean-Jacques Dessalines, the founding father of the Haitian Revolution and super cool-looking guy, even wrote to Thomas Jefferson as their constitution was being made, only to get absolutely no response back. This can maybe tell us a little something about United States founding fathers' actual view of slavery. Those dudes loved writing letters. It's like the main thing they did. But despite America's best efforts, this revolution would be known to American slaves and seen as inspiration for their own emancipation. The irony in all of this is that this revolution would end up greatly benefiting the United States, not just in the slave trade industry, but because when Napoleon attempted to reclaim the former Saint-Domingue, he got his ass kicked so fucking hard that he ran out of resources and ended up selling a bunch of land to the United States, specifically all of this land. You know, like some kind of like Louisiana purchasization, as they say. Napoleon would go on to disappear for a few days, presumably out of embarrassment, before suddenly re-emerging with a newfound love of water slides.
Mon Dieu.
Seems like a good ending, right? Haiti got their independence, America got a bunch of land, and Napoleon went on a time-traveling adventure. But here's where things get absolutely fucking still not good. Unsurprisingly, France was a tad bit sore about the whole getting their asses kicked thing. America wasn't too happy either, and so a blockade was issued by both the US and France, cutting off resources to the newfound country. Then, in 1814, King Louis XVIII sent several commissioners to perhaps, maybe discuss letting France enslave the country again. And when Haiti refused, you know, because of the slavery thing, France insisted that Haiti at least pay them back for the money they lost for both the Louisiana Purchase and the abolished slave trade. In order to avoid war and further blockades, Haiti was forced to agree to this debt, which translated to today money would equal roughly $28 billion. This absolutely unreal situation would go on to drain the country of Haiti for well over a century until they managed to pay off their debt in 1947. 1947. The same era where Abbott and Costello were opening up diplomacy with Frankenstein, to stress how recent that really was. Because in all that time, no one stopped to think how incredibly fucked up it was that a country was being extorted for their own revolution from horrific slavery. In fact, to this day, France never paid Haiti back this money that they blatantly extorted from a country they had already spent 100 years brutalizing. And I don't know, maybe we should ask them super nice to do that. Urge them, or less nice. However we ask them, they should perhaps pay that back, is my point. But also, and this is the big old cherry, Haiti's debt was financed through various different banks, some of which have since repaid what they were given. But one of the larger banks that did this was something called the National City Bank, later renamed to the National City Bank of New York, and finally renamed to something called Citigroup, or better known as Citibank. You know, that bank some of all of us are using. A bank that, like many banks, grew in power thanks to this and other slave trade as part of the growing and founding of America. And this is the kind of disgusting critical race theory they're trying to truth your kids with. A truth we should ban from schools lest we get too spooky. And so, to recap a bit, the United States passively supported the French aggression against Haiti during the Revolution while simultaneously benefiting from their independence before helping to loot the country for an additional 100+ years and spiraling the country into debt like something out of the fucking Sopranos. During this time of debt, the US would go on to buy up the country's treasury bonds and anything they could to financially handcuff themselves to Haiti. In the later—
Oh wow, look, I can just stealth at will. Yep, I just double tap in a direction. I cloak. Yep. Wait, look how fast I move when I'm cloaking. How fast can I move when I'm cloaking? 540. Nice, so all I have to do is orbit at 5, I guess, and all I have to do is shut off the beam. The minute that I hear somebody targeting me, I just shut off the beam, cloak, align. When I'm aligned, warp. And when they don't have me targeted, they've got to bump me again. Yep. And in the meantime, I have a nasty, or not nasty, but a nice 19,000 like hole. I don't know what I'm mining at here. 557 per 60, so it's like, yeah, I don't know what that is. It's like something. I don't know what I'm going to do about Rust not running. I don't know what I'm gonna do about that. I might have to like just uninstall it if it won't run on OBS. I don't know. I don't know what to do. It's been running, but it's not running right now.
Has increased.
This is a good ship for late at night when you don't have any competition or anything. I may as well align to the station. It'll only make me safer. I'm stupid not to. It's an expensive ship. But I'm acting like I could just do it in the moment. No, you can't. You can't. Yep. The minute that the minute that they pop, I just go click. Nope, I don't even do that. I don't even do that. That's for like trying to live through gate volleys and stuff like that. Honestly, yeah, micro warp drive will just mess it up. I cloak to get out of the target and I warp, right? Yeah. I'll lose the ship, but I'll see how much I can make with it before I lose it.
1800s, when we were suddenly into guano mining. America simply sent companies.
Okay, so here's Rust in windowed mode. It's not running. It's like full-blown not running, and that's weird because it has been. But it's not anymore, and I don't know why. Why is that happening? It wasn't happening before. What about full screen? Does that work? Maybe it's because it's got a weird...
Has increased.
No, that does not fix it at all. What happened here? What happened? What happened here? Why do I sound like I'm dying? Because I am. Because I have lots of things on me for some reason. Why do I have this many mobs on me? That's ridiculous. Come on, no. Oh no, what happened here? All of these things were running. They were running fine and I reformatted. And I come in and now they're not running. The game itself is running really well, like really well, but
Asteroid is depleted.
oh no, what happened here? Why are these clients not running? Rust was running. what to do about this. You can't fix it, and it's stupid. I don't know why. Why is that suddenly happening? It doesn't really make sense. This wasn't happening before. What? These games were all working in window mode, but not anymore. Not anymore. Why? Why? What changed? You just don't ever want me to play Rust again, I guess? I don't know. I don't know what changed.
Your skill has increased.
What happened here? Oh, the asteroid. No, or yeah, the asteroid. Depleted, huh?
Your skill has increased.
Getting good sword skill off these bats.
Your skill has increased.
I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do about this. Look, the pop jump the second I came on here. Wrestling Dead, huh? Alex Trump. Jeff Cannon stream Alex Trump. Oh my god. I love Steam. So... Oh, I can't play this game because it won't play on OBS. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I can force it to run in Vulkan. I don't know. Well. I think something in the Final Fantasy graphics is messing up. It's annoying. Yeah, it is. Try one. Load in one more time. See if I can get Vulkan to fucking like load this fucking client. Yeah, I gotta change some settings because the sky is messing up, and I think I kind of know what I did, but I'm not really sure. Are you mining? No, you're not mining. God damn it. Maybe in Vulkan I can get it to run. I don't know. Fail to initialize player. No, it won't do it. What happened where these clients won't fucking see this correctly? What happened here? Why are you suddenly not working? It seems really weird. Give it one more try and see if it crashes again, but I don't know. I don't think I can force it to do this. I would like it to, but I don't think it'll give it to me. Oh, this client will die. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe it will work. I don't know. I don't think so, though. Come on, get me out of that. You're fucking so slow. You're just blasting my fucking information across the screen. You're so fucking annoying. I don't like you, fucking Twitter. So, no brief history to 40 minutes. To... Oh yeah, did you actually get in? Maybe I can run if you gave me Vulcan. Will you give me Vulcan? Maybe. Let's see. Let's see, just go back in. I hope this somehow works. I hope this just immediately fixes the problem.
To Haiti to take their resources. In the early 1900s, Woodrow Wilson would grow concerned of outside influences to the country, and in response, sent U.S. Marines into Haiti to literally remove $500,000 from the Haitian National Bank for what the U.S. Office of the Historian would refer to as for safekeeping. We United Statesians sure do hate outside influencers, huh? It really grinds our gears. Hey, that's our thing. So I guess, if you were wondering at all why Haiti was already nipples deep in poverty before the 2010 earthquake, well, congratulations on the wonders of learning. I can feel my blood, it's awesome. And so here we are, amid these multiple disasters and corruption and assassinations, continuing to siphon money from the tragedies in Haiti. when the 2010 quake hit, one of the more immediate responses was a series of scam donation sites that simply existed to make money from phony relief efforts. But the grift doesn't stop at the low level. As I already mentioned, a ton of Red Cross money just vanished after this point. Over $10 billion was pledged by governments, citizens, and private companies after 2010, and as we can see with just our eyeballs, that money never actually went to the people of Haiti. So, where did it go? Did the Kraken get it? Was the money haunted and no one wanted to claim it? Unfortunately, the answer wasn't that spooky. Again, not a Halloween episode. As concluded by the 2012 study by Tulane University, the money we sent was more than enough to help the immediate needs of the affected areas, and yet in some cases actually did more harm than good. As I already mentioned, a lot of this cash got slurped up by corrupt politicians. However, an investigation by The Guardian found that about 94% of humanitarian funding simply went to the lower levels of whatever entity people donated to. Outside contractors and private companies completely removed from Haiti's economy were hired. And in a lot of cases, the trail of receipts would just go cold. For some profoundly wild reason, we don't keep track of where donations go after they are donated. And this is probably a fun time to mention that disaster relief is currently a booming industry that's getting the attention of private equity firms and Wall Street monsters. If you're looking for a career that isn't going away anytime soon, perhaps go into disaster relief instead of a dying industry like building roads, anything with water, or internet comedy writing. And so, much like what happened in Afghanistan, all the money that was supposed to help was either juggled around through various government entities, embezzled by corrupt politicians, or filtered through a series of extraordinary, greedy people farming off relief efforts to private companies of questionable quality. And so this is where I tell you about the Lambie Fund, an organization from Haiti that specifically helps fund actual local disaster relief efforts from actual local groups in Haiti. And perhaps if you want to donate to anyone, maybe the Red Cross, and these are the people you should donate to. And here's the link for that in full screen. Oh, right, I forgot we're still doing this like Halloween bit. I forgot a lot these days. Most of my hours are very blurry and involve a lot of crying. Wait, I should make candy dinner soon. But first, this isn't exactly over. And so we're going to do one more exciting ad break. Sorry about that, hope it goes well. And then come back for the Final Jeopardy or whatever is happening right now. Sorry, I'm very disoriented.
Hi, news fans. It's your Katie Stoll. If you're like me, you probably run a small podcasting and YouTube business and know the importance of treating your employees right. And until the technology catches up, we've yet to figure out how to train dogs to do complex tasks. So, chances are, your employees are human beings who are complex and need stuff like a living wage and health insurance, although maybe that last thing should be free and provided by our government and society at large. Anywho, point is that HR is very important, but also very difficult and expensive. Which is why I want to tell you about Bambee, as in Bambee, the HR firm designed to help you take care of your people for only $99 a month. Bambee will connect you to a dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, or real-time chat to help you ensure that your employees are happy. The service is month to month, there are no hidden fees, and you can cancel at any time. We're talking experienced HR managers who understand the nuance of any state your business is in and will help you customize HR policies for whatever your job needs. Cool. Just go to Bambee.com/more news right now to schedule your free HR audit. Yes, free HR audit by going to Bambee.com/more news. That's BAM! And then B at the end. Got it?
And we're back, and we're sexy and young, and our stomachs are trembling. Hope you enjoyed those ads, and this awkward transition from the ads to a really serious subject. Ha 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 ha. Now, I don't know if you realize this yet, but all this history with Haiti, slavery and debt, Citibank totally sucking, and this budding industry of exploiting the country's natural disasters, it's all pretty darn emblematic of the larger issue with, and I hope this isn't too controversial, but capitalism and the white supremacy and Western chauvinism that fuels our racist capitalism. This is, after all, a cycle of debt and poverty being maintained by the US government, and not unlike the cycle being maintained within our country. Haiti is a depressingly perfect model for what we do to certain citizens every fucking day, and that point is not lost on me. Specifically, there is a group of people that we, enslaved not too long ago, and after that, spent way more time excluding them from any opportunities for advancing past a certain economic point. And that process created a cycle of poverty for them that's extremely hard to break, while certain whiter people amazingly blamed it on those people not pulling themselves up by their bootstraps hard enough. In the context of Haiti, this often looks like this.
To be fair to the president, some countries are really crappy, right? In Sudan, North Korea, Haiti is not a great place to live. It has a life expectancy of 63 years and an average annual GDP per capita of like $730. It's not a great place to live.
Gee, Ben, I wonder why that is. Ben was on Fox defending the comments of a certain president that I said I wouldn't talk about, where that certain president called Haiti a shithole country. Ben goes on to argue that it would be hard for Haitian immigrants to assimilate, and speculates that issue is actually what the president was talking about. But what Ben is trying hilariously to claim is not really racist is clearer in the full context of the president's words, which were, "Why do we need more Haitians?" followed by, "Take them out," referring to excluding Haiti from any deals to allow more immigrants into the US. So the reason here is that since Haiti is a crappy country, they should be excluded? And neither Ben nor that certain president is remotely curious about why this country might be in such bad shape, because again, bootstraps, am I right? Clearly these people can't be trusted with our country, since they messed up their country. And by they, I actually mean us. We messed up their country. And so here we are, watching these people swirl around in a cycle we created, shoving them right back into the cycle anytime one tries to break free with the excuse that it's somehow their fault. Or in other words, maintaining white supremacy. Because a long time ago, we got ahead of the game, and by Xenu, we're staying there, even if we absolutely cheated and exploited people along the way. And this is going to just keep on happening, more and more. And not just with this one country. What we're seeing with Haiti is just a small, sour taste of our future on a planet being gradually destroyed by climate change. In the case of Haiti, the problems are a lot of different things, as we just explained. But as more and more impoverished countries are affected by an increase in drought and storms and, I don't know, some kind of drought storm that like swoops by and steals your water, well, that disaster relief industry is just gonna grow and grow, while simultaneously not actually helping more and more areas. And it will happen in places in America too. And we will, of course, continue to get more refugees from Haiti and other neighboring areas, and more Ben Shapiro's making big boy smart arguments about why we shouldn't let them in, or do much to help domestically either for some reason, and various presidents with various horrifying policies on keeping these people out. But maybe, with this current president, perhaps, we can break that cycle.
They cross the Rio Grande River that forms the border between the US and Mexico. Most of them Haitians, willing to take the chance that they will be processed and allowed in, willing to tolerate what's been described as a squalid existence here. It is these pictures of Border Patrol agents on horseback pushing migrants into the river that have caused so much anger. For some, they carry the echoes of the worst chapters of American history.
Oh, right, no, we're whipping them. Of course we're whipping them. But don't worry, folks. They weren't literally whips. And also, double don't worry, because the Biden administration took away the horses of those men, because that was obviously the thing we all had an issue with. I want to make some kind of goodbye horses joke, but I'm too busy struggling to contain my skull inside of my flesh. Because, like all the other stuff we did to Haiti and all the other countries we politically kneecapped, the US is also one of the largest contributors to the climate change that will inevitably displace billions of people that we certainly won't try to actually help, and will almost certainly be wicked f***ing racist toward when they hit our borders. This whole other aspect of the crisis in Haiti is, like so many other parts of this episode, something we could talk about for hours. But for the time being, to focus on Haiti itself, I sure think it's pretty fucking impossible that after everything I've told you about the US's long history with crippling their economy and politics, we're now turning back Haitian immigrants at the border? And did I say impossible? Because I meant ha 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 ha. Of course we're turning back these people who have traveled through 11 countries to get here and are being put on planes against their will and flown all the way back to the country we f***ed over. It's another of those things we just love to do. Oh, hey, also, fun fact, the mechanism that Joe Biden just used to, perhaps illegally, send back thousands of Haitian immigrants is a public health law known as Title 42, the exact same method that Donald Trump used to deport people back during the height of the coronavirus, despite the CDC saying that it wasn't an effective technique. Yeah, well, I lied. Just like Biden lied when he promised humane border laws, and when all the Dems lied and said they were mad that Donald Trump did this shit. As one Haitian immigrant put it, Biden called us, and then Biden betrayed us. That specific immigrant, named Fagenson Ellie, was actually living in Brazil when his sister-in-law told him that she had been allowed to migrate to Florida. But by the time Fagenson made it to the border, Biden had changed his policy, and he was arrested and flown back to Haiti, which, if you recall, isn't Brazil, where he had been living for years. He is now broke and in a country he knows nothing about, and most notably, one of thousands dealing with this same problem. Meanwhile, as of recording this, the US has yet to send any funding to Haiti for disaster relief. Not that it'll actually go to the citizens anyway. So yeah, Biden, the bleeding heart Democrat that was supposed to move us away from the cruelty of Donald Trump, is in the end just another old white powerful guy upholding the American tradition of repeatedly pummeling a nation whose only crime was not wanting to be slaves. The cycle of imperialism and white American supremacy and our seemingly addictive need to control the lives of people we have no business controlling, so embedded in our country that it spans both political parties, built into the bones, so deep that I don't think half of the people in power even realize what they're doing. The cruelty's not the point, it's just how it is. Or maybe they do know. I don't know. I'm not a shaman blowing magic dust into Bill Pullman's face. Not yet, at least. Full circle joke. But the point is, it's ostensibly all the same. Trump said, "We're full, go home." Kamala Harris says, "Do not come." Speaking of family planning, little come joke for you. But here, we have the argument being, we're just too full. This enormous country with huge pockets of sparsely populated land, no vacancy. Ironically, a lot of that sparsely populated land that's too full for Haitian migrants is kind of Louisiana Purchase-sized. Boom, full circle point. And listen, next episode will be more spooky, probably, maybe. I understand how brutal this one was, but also kind of had to talk about it, right? So along with whatever monetary help we should, perhaps make it clear that we're not happy with this cycle. And point it out to people, this incredibly rigged game America is proudly atop of, and maybe France and those banks should pay Haiti back, billions of dollars. And we should create a system holding these disaster relief groups accountable as that, business grows. Maybe we should have fewer businesses. Because we fucking plundered Haiti. A bunch of countries did, and we owe them way better than this. Better than the economic short straw we handed to them because a few hundred years ago, they happened to be a good spot to make sugar. Bam. Candy. It was a Halloween episode after all, but not really. I need a nap. I didn't actually eat the candy during the episode, so I get to eat it all now, and I'm gonna feel really good after it. Before it was acting, but now it's living. I'm living! Finally! Too much candy corn. Hey, like and subscribe, you piece of shit! I'm sorry. Thanks for watching the video. Leave a comment and be nice, even though I just wasn't to you. We've got a patreon.com/somemore-news. We've got a podcast, Even More News. We've got this podcast, Some More News, available where all of the podcasts are available, if you prefer that to what you just watched. So, still working on the candy corn issue. Love you a lot. Thanks. Got merch, and we got the news.
I have a podcast called Rehash. I co-host it with my friend Hannah, and it's all about internet phenomena that get us all up in arms, only to forget about them within a week. So we rehash them, as they say. We just concluded our 5th season, which is all about what happens when art meets the internet. Is the sun rising on a new creative era, or did it set before it even began? Go check it out. In the summer of 1994, the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette published an op-ed by ultra-conservative politician Pat Buchanan called Hollywood Surprise.
Thank
Hello.
you. Some more news for the excellent content from your stream. I'd like to sub to your channel. I forgot to like and sub. Oh, damn it. Hurry up, you. There you go. Brief History of Haiti was good. I knew all this, but it was fun to hear it again from somebody else who actually knows something about the world. It's good. I've heard all this before. Yeah.
I'm Forrest Gump, and I'm a conservative. In the piece, he calls the titular character Forrest Gump a faithful, honorable man.
Look, I fixed the
While
settings, I think. I figured out what was
Jenny,
taking
the
my
child version of
frames
whom he
away.
calls a gorgeous little blonde, as amoral and sluttish, and then calls the leaders of the anti-war peace movements in the movie a sorry lot. When discussing Forrest's time as a soldier in Vietnam, Buchanan remarks that, in Vietnam, Forrest shoots no one. His fellow soldiers commit no atrocities. They are not bitter at being there. They are decent, working-class kids, faithful to their country's call to serve, doing their job. For Buchanan, this was all intentional. Forrest Gump, he argues, though simple, and he uses the R word here, always does the decent, honorable thing. He lives by the golden rule. Most proudly, Buchanan proclaims that Forrest Gump is at its core a conservative film, then ends his diatribe with the question, how on earth did this film get through the PC screeners? And as much as I hate to say it, he had a point.
Those people in Washington behaved as if they did not care.
How was it that a film so beloved by the generally liberal Hollywood elites, which swept up at the Academy Awards, beating out both Pulp Fiction and The Shawshank Redemption for Best Picture, and was the second highest grossing film that year, came to be so gleefully embraced by the far right? As much as Pat Buchanan said that Forrest Gump's conservatism was intentional, it didn't seem that way. Just about everyone who worked on the film, including its lead Tom Hanks, director Robert Zemeckis, and screenwriter Eric Roth, distanced themselves from Buchanan's remarks. Producer Steve Tisch also tried to course correct during his Best Picture acceptance speech.
All over the political map,
this is
people
good.
have been calling Forrest their own. But Forrest Gump isn't about politics or conservative values.
Skill has increased.
It's about humanity. It's about respect, tolerance, and unconditional love.
But the damage had been done. Forrest Gump had already been sucked into the political maelstrom. The National Review ranked Forrest Gump in a list of 100 best conservative movies of all time, and also named it the best picture indicting the 60s counterculture. Newt Gingrich spoke about the film during a congressional campaign rally the fall it came out, the same fall that the Republicans won a historical 54 seats and took control of the House for the first time since 1954, in what many deemed to be a conservative revolution.
Overall, it was a Republican victory astonishing in scope, and these new managers promise it won't be business as usual in 1995.
So of course, the overwhelmingly conservative political climate of the early and mid-1990s was a particular hotbed for ensnaring unassuming media objects into the culture war. I mean, look at what happened with Dan Quayle and Murphy Brown just a couple of years before.
It doesn't help matters when primetime TV has Murphy Brown, a character who supposedly epitomizes today's intelligent, highly paid professional woman, mocking the importance of fathers by bearing a child alone and calling it just another lifestyle choice.
Oh my
It
god.
was clear the film did not seem to belong to the left. Writing for the Boston Globe, Jay Carr argued that Democrats should have tried harder to reclaim Forrest Gump as their own, that maybe this would have given them a boost in the election.
Look, they patched
Even
the loud
Roberts
screeching
acquiesced in
noise.
1997 that the reason conservatives claimed Gump was because, unlike the left, the right had the power of rhetoric on their side, which gave them the ability to circulate meanings about
I
movies.
think.
Since then, the movie
No, they
has
didn't.
only become more
No, they-
detestable to those left of center. There were early detractors, of course. Jonathan Rosenbaum called Forrest Gump the most pernicious movie of the year, and Owen Gleiberman said it was a baby boomer version of Disney's America. But it was really in the following years that the hate for Forrest Gump would really take steam.
Disney's
It made it onto a
America.
whole
Wow,
bunch
that
of
loaded
BuzzFeed listicles,
faster.
like 9 reasons why Forrest Gump is actually the worst. Cracked did an after-hours debate on the film called 5 Racist and Sexist Messages Hidden in Forrest Gump, and esteemed film journal Film Comment ranked it 4th on their list of worst Best Picture winners. Even when I teased this video on my community page, some people took to the comments to proclaim their hate for it. But Forrest Gump is an undeniably well-made film. I loved it when I first watched it as a tween. So, as much as its creators deny it, there has to be something about Forrest Gump that made it such catnip for conservatives, beyond the fact that they're good at co-opting things. Did Forrest Gump have to be co-opted at all, or was it already full of conservative messages to
Look, I
begin
fixed
with?
the frame rate on
Which
my Final
really begs
Fantasy
the
game
question,
somehow.
was it actually unintentional?
I did. I finally fixed it. Level 9. I'm on my grind.
As some of you may already know, Forrest Gump the film was based on Forrest Gump the book by Winston Groom. Groom, who passed away in 2020, was a Vietnam veteran and DC native raised in Alabama, who got his start as a reporter for the Washington Post. He got the idea for...
Now, I didn't know this.
As some of you may already know, Forrest Gump the film was based on Forrest Gump the book
Thank you, Broly Dash. No, I've never heard of you before. I've liked and subbed to your channel. I like your style.
by Winston Groom. Groom, who passed away in 2020...
Yeah, I read the Forrest Gump book. It was rather good, but I realized when I was writing it that they weren't my ideals, almost any of them. Like going to war, or like... I don't know, there was a lot in it. There was a lot in it that I didn't like. They painted the Black Panther Party as violent and crazy. There was, I mean, that really just wasn't how the Black Panther Party was, except for a few members during a certain period. The actual party itself, I wouldn't say is probably very violence prone. Not really. There were some times when we were scared of them, but they weren't known for violence. They were not known for that. They were known for being very serious, but they weren't known for violence, not really. And Forrest Gump kind of painted them as these wife-beating sort of violence people, and I disliked that. I disliked how they showed the peacenik hippie community.
Was a Vietnam veteran and DC native raised in Alabama.
Like they were all just these people who stood around at demonstrations and did nothing, listened to some person like Abby Hoffman speak. But no, there was all kinds of crazy unification and marches and stuff that had a lot to do with being proactive. But they sort of painted these people as just sort of showing, like standing up and showing up, standing around with signs and being like these sort of deadbeat peacenik hippies. But that's quite far from the truth. That's pretty far from the truth. I mean, the peacenik sort of flower power movement definitely started in the colleges, and I would say the colleges were on fire. There was a lot going on. Look at Kent State. Kent State is proof that they were very proactive. If you don't know what I mean when I say Kent State, there was a terrible American fucking establishment murder at Kent State in the 70s. The pigs in the crowd just opened up on the kids, killed them.
Who got his start as a reporter for the Washington Post. He got the idea for Forrest Gump, his 4th novel, after hearing his father reminisce about a slow-witted boy from his childhood whose mother taught him to play piano. He then married this with the concept of what he calls the idiot savant, a socially or intellectually impaired person who exhibits extreme aptitude at a specific thing. Think of Barry Levinson's Rain Man.
Hey, what's your secret, guys? You cheat.
Thus, we get Forrest Gump the book, which tells the life story of a 6'6", 204...
I like this endurance, and it did pull in more money. How much money did I make today? I'm at 325. Damn, I was like at 200 when I started. I pulled in 100, 130 today. I'm doing pretty good. I wish they would improve the combat now a little bit. You know, there's a game I've been thinking about buying, but I don't know if it's right for me because I played it before and I didn't really think it was. But, there's a bit of realism to Elite Dangerous that I kind of liked. I've always meant to own Elite Dangerous on the PlayStation 4, and I played it with the 6-axis controls when I first bought my PlayStation 4, and I bought this game already, but I want it on PC. Yeah, here, let's look at this.
Now that you have seen the...
Thank you, Hawks Gaming. I've liked and sub to your channel.
How to AFK your way to billions in Elite Dangerous interview I had with the Blitz. Let me show you exactly how to do it with this handy little AFK Elite Dangerous money-making guide. First, let's talk about the builds. The smallest ship you want to try to do this with will be the Crate Mark II with heavy engineering and a ship launch fighter with a really good NPC pilot. You can also do this in an Anaconda, but it is much better done in the Type 10 for sure. You can use the main 420 build or the main Type 10 build featured in the description of both of the videos. The main reason why the Type 10 works so well is because of the sheer volume of hardpoints it has. When your ship launch fighter and your ship decides to fire, most of the pirates pop very quickly in the low-res site. Once you have settled on a ship and a build, you will want to find the perfect location. In a nutshell, you just need to find a low resource extraction site anywhere in the bubble. Now that you have your low res site nailed down, every surrounding star system near the system that has the low res in it will have massacre wing and solo pirate missions for your system.
I mean, I don't know why I need this game. I have a better game than this since EVE Online, but like sometimes I think about it like maybe the combat was good, you know?
Will count for every single mission at once, instead of 1 kill per mission. Most of the wing missions are under 30 to 45 kills in the beginning. You will complete every single mission you have stacked while sleeping or working. Now you want to try to stack as many missions as possible. This means waiting for the boards to refresh at each station you visit. In most cases,